Warrior Lore. Chapter 2374. There weren't many true dragons in the mortal world, and pure-blooded true dragons were even rarer. Although this young man in golden armor was a pure-blooded true dragon, he was only at the greater mastery demi-sage realm. He was only one step away from becoming a sage true dragon. Swoosh. At this moment, Elder Long wielded the true dragon divine whip and moved quickly in the void, fighting against Yen-Er. Yen-Er's white robe fluttered in the wind, and her beauty was peerless. The young man was dumbfounded and amazed, as if he had forgotten that she was an enemy. "Young master, hurry up and enter the ancestral grounds," Elder Long shouted at the young man while fighting against Yen-Er. "Enter the ancestral grounds? Why?" The young man was confused. This young man was the young master of the True Dragon clan, and the only pure-blooded true dragon in the history of the True Dragon clan. The probability of a pure-blooded true dragon appearing in the True Dragon clan was too low. The appearance of a young master was one of a kind. Therefore, the True Dragon clan was extremely protective of this young master. Even if the young man accidentally hurt himself, it would be a huge matter in the True Dragon clan. It was enough to alarm the elders of the True Dragon clan, who had long retired from worldly affairs. The True Dragon clan was powerful enough that even the unaging demon child didn't dare to offend them. Almost no one dared to provoke the young master of the True Dragon clan in the Falling Star continent. A pure-blooded true dragon that grew up under protection was no longer a truly invincible true dragon. The young master of the True Dragon clan had pitifully little fighting experience. He still didn't know how dangerous the situation was. "You two, hurry up and bring the young master back to the ancestral grounds," Elder Long shouted. Bam! While Elder Long was distracted, a huge cauldron emitting a monstrous black aura sent Elder Long flying thousands of zhang away. Wisps of poison invaded Elder Long's body and corroded his life force. In just an instant, Elder Long's body withered, and he lost more than half of his life force. Roar! Elder Long roared. A dragon shadow rushed out of the True Dragon divine whip in his hand and entered his body from the top of his head. Wisps of black aura immediately seeped out from his pores. The poison that invaded Elder Long's body was forced out by a powerful True Dragon power, but his skinny body couldn't recover. The True Dragon clan is only it. Yen-Er did not continue to attack. She stood in the void and looked at Elder Long indifferently. "Just who are you? Why have you come to attack my True Dragon clan's ancestral ground?" Elder Long shouted angrily. "That's right. Fairy, who are you? What's your name? Where are you from?" Before Yen-Er could say anything, the True Dragon young master, who hadn't left yet, had already shouted, "Young master, let's go." The other two hurriedly pulled on the True Dragon young master, wanting to drag him away. Scram! The True Dragon young lord roared at the two of them. "You're quite an interesting fellow." Yen-Er glanced at the True Dragon young master and said with a smile, "Hee, in that case, I would like to invite you to the ancestral land of the True Dragon clan for a while. How about that?" The True Dragon young master said with a smile. "Sure." Yen-Er agreed without much thought. "Young master, she is an enemy." Elder Long could not hold it in any longer as he roared at the True Dragon young master. "Enemy? How could such a beautiful fairy be an enemy? There must be some misunderstanding." The True Dragon young master replied, "Young master, you?" Elder Long was shocked and enraged at the same time. He was truly regretting his actions right now. To think that he would have raised the True Dragon young master to such a state. He did not have the disposition of a powerful being at all, and only knew how to play around all day long. If the True Dragon race were to be handed over to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Elder Long seemed to have made up his mind as he charged at Yen-Er. A powerful aura burst forth from his body, causing the void to tremble. A shadow of a dragon could be faintly seen on his body. "Elder Long, what are you doing? Don't be rude to this fairy. She's my esteemed guest." The True Dragon young master roared at Elder Long, "Bring the young master back." Elder Long's face was expressionless as he gave the order to two of his race members. Yes. The two race members of the True Dragon race acknowledged the order hurriedly. They then grabbed the true dragon young master and left quickly. Elder Long, how dare you go against your superiors? The true dragon young master roared out. Let go of me. The true dragon young master wanted to struggle. However, the two of them had a cultivation state of greater mastery quasi-sage. Compared to the true dragon young master, they were truly powerful beings. Soon, the voice of the true dragon young master could no longer be heard as he was brought back to the ancestral grounds of the true dragon race by the two of them. The true dragon race is about to decline. Yenner said, Whether or not our race is declining is not something that you can decide. Elder Long said coldly, The Falling Stars continent is about to be conquered. Your true dragon race is no exception. Yenner was not in a hurry to strike. Could it be you guys? As though he had thought of something, Elder Long could not help but be startled. Submitting is the only way out for the true dragon race. Yenner said, Preposterous. Elder Long was both shocked and enraged. He had already guessed the background of this person. To think that they would want to conquer the entire Falling Stars continent. I'll give you half a day to consider. Submit or become enemies. As Yenner said, her figure disappeared into the void. She had teleported out of this place. Elder Long was both shocked and enraged. However, there was nothing he could do. He had already received news that someone was attacking the Falling Stars continent. They wanted to conquer this great continent that even the unaging demon child could not truly conquer. The unaging demon child was the ruler of the Falling Stars continent in name. However, some of the ancient legacies did not give the unaging demon child any face. As such, the true dragon race had never taken the unaging demon child's orders seriously. Looks like I'll have to wake up the elders. Elder Long knew that this wasn't something that he could decide. He could only ask the elders to help him. After pondering for a while, Elder Long put away the true dragon whip in his hand and turned around to walk into the ancestral grounds of the true dragon race. Soon, a melodious bell rang out in the ancestral grounds of the true dragon race. The sound of the bell contained a kind of power of the great path. Not only did it spread throughout the entire ancestral land of the true dragon clan, but it even spread out from the ancestral land of the true dragon clan. It lingered in the world for a long time. Just as the true dragon race was about to make a move, Gu Fei's side had also begun. He directly charged into the ancestral grounds of the demon race, causing the place to fall into chaos. Roar! A Qilin the size of a small mountain rushed out of the ancestral grounds of the demon race. Its murderous intent was shocking. It opened its mouth, wanting to swallow Gu Fei whole. Gu Fei threw a punch, directly turning the Qilin into a bloody mist. Its body and soul were both destroyed. Who dares to invade my race? Are you looking to die? Chapter 2375. The ancestral ground of the demon race was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Peerless experts of the demon race presided over the place. 2 divine beasts and a divine bird charged out as soon as Gu Fei made his move. However, the hill-sized Qilin that had charged out first was blasted into a bloody mist by Gu Fei's punch in just a single exchange. When the 5-colored divine bird flew out, it was so shocked by what it saw that it almost fell out of the sky. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in the ancestral ground of the demon race? Do you want to die? The divine bird spoke in the human language as it stared at Gu Fei below. A 5-colored demonic light rose from its body, as if a 5-colored sun had appeared in the world. Call the undying demonic child out if you don't want to die. Gu Fei stood proudly on the peak of the mountain. As the wind blew on his clothes, he gave off an aura of returning to his natural state, as if he was a mortal without any cultivation. If it wasn't for the fact that the divine bird in the sky had personally witnessed Gu Fei annihilating the incomparably powerful Qilin with a single punch, it wouldn't have believed that such a human could kill a powerful divine beast. What? You dare call my sacred lord that? The divine bird was both shocked and furious. This human was most likely a powerful existence on the same level as the sacred lord. Otherwise, why would he dare to come here? One had to know that this was the ancestral ground of the demon race. The ancestral ground of the demon race was definitely a forbidden ground for the major forces of the entire Starfall continent. This was because this was the ancestral ground of the strongest force on the continent. Ever since the undying demonic child unified the entire Starfall continent, no one had dared to attack the ancestral ground of the demon race. However, someone had actually come here today. The ancestral ground of the demon race was protected by an ancient formation of the demon race. Even an Empyrean saint might not be able to break into the ancestral ground. This human had overestimated himself. Gu Fei ran out of patience as the multicolored divine bird pondered. He disappeared from the top of the mountain and reappeared in the next moment. He was high up in the sky, above the multicolored divine bird, and landed on its back. What? The five-colored sacred bird was so shocked that it almost fainted from fright. Don't kill me. The five-colored divine bird was terrified to the extreme. Only now did it truly realize just how powerful and terrifying this human was. Although the multicolored bird was powerful, it was completely powerless in front of Gu Fei. It was as weak as an ant. Who are you? At this moment, an angry roar rang out from the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. A black-haired middle-aged man walked out from the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. He took a few steps and arrived high up in the sky.
Yes.
When Gu Fei saw this middle-aged man, he couldn't help being surprised. This middle-aged man wasn't a demon, but a human. Furthermore, he was an ancient saint. As a human, why are you in the ancestral land of the demon race? Gu Fei asked. I'm the sworn brother of the demon race's holy lord. Why do you think I'm in the demon race's ancestral land? The middle-aged man said. Oh, Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he heard this. This person was actually the unaging demon child's sworn brother. All right, I don't care who you are. I just want to know if the demon race will surrender or fight. Gu Fei was very straightforward. What? The sworn brother of the unaging demon child was shocked. This human actually wanted to conquer the demon race of the Falling Stars continent? Was that even possible? Since it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, you should leave. I don't want to kill you. The middle-aged man stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, Mr. Wu, save me. The five-colored divine bird under Gu Fei's feet begged the middle-aged man for help. Mr. Wu. Gu Fei's eyes flickered as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. You're not an ancient saint, so you're no match for me. Mr. Wu said, Is that so? Gu Fei smiled and said, I'm not sure how strong you are compared to Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and Supremacy South Heaven. What could it be that you? Mr. Wu couldn't help but be startled. One should know that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the South Heaven Supremacy were two of the three overlords of the Tinglong continent. Mr. Wu knew that he was no match for the three overlords. If his cultivation was stronger than the unaging demon child, he would have become the master of the Falling Stars continent long ago. You better call the unaging demon child out. Gu Fei stood on the back of the five-colored divine bird and said indifferently, My brother is not here. It seems like you've made a wasted trip. Mr. Wu said, Is that so? Can you tell me where the unaging demon child is now? Gu Fei looked at Mr. Wu with a faint smile and said, There's no harm in telling you. He's at the heavens horizon. Mr. Wu sneered and said, Although he was the sworn brother of the unaging demon child, the reason why he became sworn brothers with the unaging demon child was because of benefits, not because of some bullsh** loyalty. In the eyes of an existence of this level, the most important thing was his own benefits. Heaven's horizon. What kind of place is that? Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but ponder. You haven't even heard of Heaven's horizon? Mr. Wu was very surprised. At this moment, the news of the invasion of a powerful enemy had alarmed all the experts in the demon clan's ancestral land. Powerful figures rushed out from the ancestral land of the demon clan. The originally peaceful ancestral land of the demon clan was suddenly filled with demonic aura. When these demons saw Gu Fei standing on the back of the five-colored divine bird, and the five-colored divine bird was trembling, not daring to move, they were all shocked. One should know that the five-colored divine bird was an extremely powerful divine bird. Such a powerful divine bird was actually being stepped on by a human, and it didn't dare to resist. Could it be that this human was a peerless, powerful being? Should I know about this place? Gu Fei asked. This was the first time he heard of the name Heaven's Horizon. Heaven's Horizon, one of the 3 forbidden areas of the God-down sea. You actually don't know about it. I know, you are an outsider. Could it be that you are a saint of the Tenglong continent? Mr. Wu suddenly came to a realization. He looked at Gu Fei in disbelief, as if he wanted to see through Gu Fei inside and out. Gu Fei looked at Mr. Wu deeply, then said to the 5-colored divine bird, "Let's go. Take me to Heaven's Horizon." You. What did you say? The 5-colored divine bird was so shocked that it stuttered. It was not the ageless demon child. Heaven's Horizon was an extremely evil place. Only those who entered could enter, but not leave. Take me to Heaven's Horizon, and you won't have to die, Gu Fei said. But if we go to Heaven's Horizon, I won't be able to live even without your help, the 5-colored divine bird said. Humph, if you don't take me there, you won't be able to live now. Gu Fei's voice became cold, and killing intent surged from his body. Fine. Chapter 2376. Heaven's Horizon was known as one of the 3 forbidden areas in the God-down sea, but now there were only 2 forbidden areas left. The Island of Life no longer existed. A blood-colored cliff that was as tall as the sky towered above the sea. Bloody mist lingered above it, and a fishy wind whistled through the air. However, the strange thing was that the sea around the cliff was strangely calm. The fishy wind on the cliff did not seem to be blowing from the cliff. At this time, Gu Fei was riding the 5-colored divine bird toward the Heaven's Horizon. On the way to Heaven's Horizon, Gu Fei had already sent a telepathic message to Yin telling her to command the troops from the Ziyang continent and the Haoyue continent. She was to halt all operations and wait for his return. As a result, the troops from the Haoyue continent and the Ziyang continent gathered together and set up camp near the Void Realm Gate. At this moment, more than half of the Starfall continent had been conquered by the 2 continents. Both sides had suffered countless casualties, and those who survived were the strongest of the strongest. In fact, this was also a method of training soldiers. Only soldiers who had truly experienced great battles and survived would be the strongest soldiers. It had to be said that the experts from the Starfall continent were truly outstanding. The 2 continents under Gu Fei's command suffered great losses, with many nobles falling. Even Zhuge Liang, one of the 12 bandits, was injured. Half of his body was burned by a 5-colored peacock's innate 5-elemental true fire. Of course, at Zhuge Liang's level of cultivation, it was not difficult to regenerate flesh and blood. However, the innate 5-elemental true fire could restrain his 5-elemental fan. Boss, why are you in such a sorry state? The other bandits were shocked to see Zhuge Liang retreat in defeat. One should know that Zhuge Liang was almost a saint. In fact, Zhuge Liang and the Red Dragon were already qualified to break through to the saint level. However, they were not in a hurry. They still needed to consolidate their foundations. Triggering a saint's heavenly tribulation was too important. If they were not careful, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. They would not attempt it unless they were confident that they could pass the saint's heavenly tribulation. I encountered a powerful feathered beast. Zhuge Liang didn't want to say much, so he found a place to recuperate in seclusion. The other bandits were all incomparably shocked. A divine bird that could injure Zhuge Liang. Could it be a sacred bird? Otherwise, how could it possibly injure Boss Zhuge? However, Yin was stationed near the Void Realm Gate, so no powerful beings dared to invade her. Even some holy grade beings were wary of her. At this time, all the powerful races on the Falling Star continent knew that there was an invasion from another continent. After asking around, all the races were shocked to the extreme. The factions that suddenly attacked the Falling Star region were actually the Purple Sun region and the Vast Moon region. 2 continents from the outer seas had joined forces to attack the Falling Star continent. This kind of thing had never happened before, because the rulers of the 3 continents knew that if one of the continents and the other suffered heavy losses, the remaining continent would be able to unify the outer seas. It was also because of this that the rulers of the 3 continents had always lived in harmony and did not want to have any conflicts. But now, the Purple Sun region and the Vast Moon region actually joined hands to attack the Falling Stars region. How could this not shock the various clans of the entire Falling Stars region to the extreme? However, at this time, the immortal demon child had gone to the heavens horizon. Just when the dragons were without a leader, the people attacking the Falling Star region suddenly stopped, and they even retreated to some regions. This baffled everyone. Soon, news spread that the leader of these invaders had gone to find the immortal demon child. Could it be that these people want to conquer the entire Falling Star region? Someone said something like that. Just when the various clans of the Falling Star region were on guard against a great enemy, Gu Fei rode the five-colored divine bird and arrived at the heavens horizon. The five-colored divine bird's flying speed was extremely fast. With a flap of its wings, it traversed 1,000 miles in an instant. Even so, it still took several hours to arrive at the heavens horizon. What's going on? Gu Fei rode the five-colored divine bird and came to a stop high up in the sky. He looked at the towering blood-colored cliff in front of him, only to see a bloody mist permeating the air. A heart-palpitating aura was emanating from the cliff. Vaguely, Gu Fei seemed to see an incomparably huge blood-colored figure appearing in the void, as if there was an ancient, heavenly beast lurking in front of him. This little demon shall not accompany you in. The five-colored divine bird said to Gu Fei carefully. It knew that if the other party wanted to kill it, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. This human was simply too frightening. Let's go. Gu Fei left the five-colored divine bird and walked in the void. With every step he took, he would appear 1,000 miles away. The five-colored divine bird looked at this scene in utter shock. This human's speed was even scarier than its own. Could this human really have the strength to fight against a holy master? The five-colored divine bird could not help but break out in a cold sweat. It then turned around and flew off without even looking back. The heavens horizon was a horrifying place. No one knew just how tall the blood-colored cliff was. It was so gigantic that even Gu Fei's consciousness could only cover a small portion of it. Even though the cliff looked really close, Gu Fei took more than 2 hours to walk to a distance that was less than 10,000 miles away from the blood-colored cliff. By the time Gu Fei got closer, a blood rain was pouring down from the blood-colored cliff. A sinister wind was howling as though some sort of demonic beast was rushing out of the cliff. The strange thing was that the surface of the sea was as calm as a mirror despite the sinister wind blowing. There wasn't a single ripple at all. A foul stench came from up ahead. Gu Fei was taken aback. Could this blood rain truly be formed from the essence blood of a living being? Otherwise, how could there be such a heavy stench of blood? Gu Fei looked at the surface of the sea carefully. To his surprise, there was something moving beneath the calm surface of the sea. Opening his martial Dao heavenly eye, he was instantly dumbfounded by what he saw. Beneath the surface of the sea, there were countless skeletons rolling about. It was as though countless vengeful souls had been sealed within this region of the sea. Countless living beings have perished here in the past. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The surface of the sea was calm, but there were countless skeletons rolling about. Gu Fei felt that the heavens horizon wasn't as simple as it seemed. Why did the unold demon child want to come to a place as dangerous as the heavens horizon? Boom, boom. Suddenly, thunder boomed. Within the blood-colored clouds above the blood-colored cliff, streaks of blood-colored lightning were wreaking havoc. An aura that caused even Gu Fei's heart to palpitate spread out from the heavens horizon. Demon. Chapter 2377. There's a demonic nature here. Gu Fei tried to sense the demonic nature, but he soon realized that he couldn't pinpoint the source of the demonic nature. It was as if the demonic nature had appeared out of thin air. Gu Fei walked towards heaven's horizon. As he approached, the demonic nature emitted from heaven's horizon grew even more intense, as if a peerless demon had been alerted by Gu Fei. Could this be a burial ground for demons? Very soon, Gu Fei arrived at the bottom of the bloody cliff. Only now did he realize that there were many holes on the bloody cliff. These holes were definitely dug by humans. That was because there were stone coffins in those holes. Someone's raising demons. A cold light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes. Obviously, someone was aware of the demonic nature of heaven's horizon. Hence, Many living beings were buried here, and many caves were dug. Gu Fei directly ascended into the sky. Just as he reached a height of 10,000 zhang, a stone coffin in a cave on the cliff suddenly exploded. A figure shrouded in black, she rushed out of the blown-up sarcophagus. An extremely powerful demonic aura erupted from the black figure. It really became a demon. Gu Fei was shocked. Although he knew that someone was using the demonic nature of Heaven's Horizon to raise demons, not just any living being could become a demon. Moreover, if the person who raised the demon buried a corpse in the cave, then even if the corpse underwent demonic transformation, it would only become a demonic corpse without any consciousness and only knew how to kill. Roar. The demonic figure let out a roar and pounced towards Gu Fei. At this time, the sky was still raining blood, and blood-colored lightning bloomed in the sky. Bang! Gu Fei casually threw a punch, and the demonic shadow that was pouncing at him immediately exploded. It was punched into a cloud of black mist and dissipated in the rain of blood. He continued to fly upwards. On the bloody cliff, more and more stone coffins exploded, and demonic creatures rushed out, pouncing towards Gu Fei. However, they were all smashed to pieces by Gu Fei's punch. However, Gu Fei discovered that the higher he went, the older the stone coffins became, and the demonic creatures that rushed out from them became stronger. Roar. When Gu Fei reached a height of 90,000 zhang, an ancient stone coffin exploded with a deafening roar. Immediately, demonic energy surged into the sky. An extremely powerful demonic energy burst out, dispersing the blood clouds around the cliff. Gu Fei's body trembled as he looked at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's body trembled as he looked at Gu Fei. Two spots of blood light were faintly discernible in the demonic qi. This demonic creature was very strong, at least at the half-step saint level. The terrifying demonic might cause the void to tremble. However, what really shocked Gu Fei was that he sensed a faint wave of divine will coming from the demonic qi. This, he couldn't help but be moved. This demonic creature was not simple. After so many years, it actually developed a trace of spiritual wisdom, which was far from being comparable to ordinary demonic creatures. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew out from the cave, and then, the demonic creature did not directly pounce towards Gu Fei. Instead, it opened its mouth and spat out a ball of demonic fire, burning towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He still threw out a punch, and the powerful martial arts force directly dispersed the demonic fire. The remaining power did not dissipate, and even shook the demonic creature into the cave. Who set all this up? Gu Fei muttered to himself. Could it be the unold demon child's doing? If the unold demon child really came to this place, then he would also alarm the demonic creatures on the blood cliff. Now, it seemed that the unold demon child might not have come to Heaven's Horizon. Perhaps he had a way to not alarm the demonic creatures in the cave. Roar. The demonic creature that was sent flying into the cave by Gu Fei's punch roared and rushed out of the cave again. This time, Gu Fei directly threw out the sky-covering palm, directly smashing the demonic creature into a ball of blood mist, and then continued to fly upwards. However, Heaven's Horizon seemed to have no end. The higher he went, the stronger the demonic nature, and the more powerful the demonic creatures he encountered, which made Gu Fei inexplicably shocked. The higher he went, the fewer caves there were on the rock walls. However, the demonic creatures that rushed out of the stone coffins were also becoming more and more terrifying. A blood corpse was the best among demonic creatures. It turned into a blood fiend and breathed out blood-colored demonic energy, fighting relentlessly against Gu Fei. In the end, Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, the Void character, to slay the blood fiend. After killing the blood fiend, Gu Fei didn't stop and rushed straight up. Even when the stone coffins exploded and terrifying demonic creatures rushed out, he didn't care. He possessed the world's fastest speed, so these demonic creatures couldn't catch up to him. In the end, he actually rushed out of the starry sky and arrived at the end of Heaven's Horizon. At the end of Heaven's Horizon was a scene that left Gu Fei in disbelief. The blood cliff was so tall that it towered above the starry sky. At the end of Heaven's Horizon was a boundless blood-colored land. An ancient bronze coffin sat there all by itself, and a tiny figure sat cross-legged beside it. The figure next to the coffin was the unold demon child. "I didn't expect you to come too." The unaging demon child, who was sitting cross-legged beside the ancient bronze coffin, suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. "This is the demonic origin." Gu Fei looked at the coffin and said, the demonic origin he mentioned was the source of demonic nature. He never would have thought that the source of demonic nature in Heaven's Horizon was actually an ancient bronze coffin. "Are you interested in opening this coffin with me?" The unold demon child stood up from the ground and looked at Gu Fei calmly. "What do you want?" Gu Fei stared at the unold demon child and said, "This ancient bronze coffin was actually the source of Heaven's Horizon's devilish nature. One could imagine that the thing inside the ancient bronze coffin was absolutely extraordinary. This unaging demon child actually wanted to open the coffin. Could it be that he wanted to release the terrifying devil inside? I don't want to do anything. The main reason why this place is called a dangerous place is because of this ancient bronze coffin. I want to see what's inside," the unold demon child said, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Since you know, why do you still want to release the demonic creatures inside?" Gu Fei said. He stared at the unold demon child and emitted a powerful battle intent. "Humph. No matter how powerful you are, you can't beat me here." The unold demon child's voice became cold. "Is that so? We'll only know after we fight." Chapter 2378. On Heaven's Horizon, Gu Fei approached the unold demon child step by step. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. When he took 9 steps, the void around him began to tremble. This place. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly felt that something was amiss. Boom. Right at that moment, a large hand slammed towards him from the front, directly blasting him 10,000 meters away. If it weren't for his Saint King grade martial body being incomparably tough, he would have been smashed to pieces long ago. "You only realized it now? It's a little too late." The unold demon child's voice sounded in front of Gu Fei. He was like a shadow, instantly approaching Gu Fei and slapping at Gu Fei again. "Roar!" Gu Fei roared angrily. 9 chaotic Tao patterns rushed out from his chaotic martial body. In an instant, he undid the seal on his body. Bang! At the moment when Gu Fei undid the seal, a small, jade-like palm had already slapped his chest. The powerful force caused his chest to collapse, and he was sent flying again. This was the powerful force of a demon venerable. Even though Gu Fei had a saint ruler chaotic martial body, he was still injured. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Gu Fei's mouth. "You already knew this place." Gu Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared coldly at the unold demon child. "That's right. Do you think anyone can reach Heaven's Horizon?" The unold demon child said. It turned out that Heaven's Horizon was not a place where demons were buried. In the distant past, a chaotic divine demon had fallen here and its demonic blood had dyed Heaven's Horizon red. That chaotic divine demon was extremely powerful. Even though it had died countless years ago, its power of laws still affected Heaven's Horizon. Even the power of Heaven's wrath could not descend. "You're only a puny saint ruler. So what if you're the successor of the martial ancestor? You're nothing before me." The unaging monster child said proudly. Who was he? He was the monster sovereign, the ruler of the Starfall continent. Although Gu Fei was the successor of the martial ancestor, he was still only a saint ruler. After all, there was a difference of a few small realms between a holy king and a venerable. The division of strength above the sage level was still very obvious in the cultivation world. Above the sage king was the sage emperor, and above the sage emperor was the advanced sage realm. Only those who had surpassed the advanced sage realm could be called the venerable among the sages. After reaching the saint level, every small realm advancement was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and every small realm advancement would raise one's strength to a whole new level. If a sage king went up against a sage emperor, he would only end up being crushed. If it had been an ordinary sage ruler, his body and soul would have been destroyed by the unaging demon child's 2 palms. Is the venerable very strong?" Gu Fei said disdainfully. At this moment, his chest, which had caved in after being hit by the unaging demon child, was instantly healed, as if he had never been injured. On the divine island of life, if it weren't for your mountain and river cauldron, you would have died many times over. Demonic runes appeared in the unaging demon child's eyes. Let's talk about it when you can really kill me. Gu Fei was very calm. Against a Venerable, an extreme Dao sacred weapon might not be useful. His opponent would not just stand there and let him kill him with an extreme Dao sacred weapon. The reason why he was able to put Supremacy South Heaven and Supremacy Ziyang into the mountain and river cauldron was partly due to luck. If that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish, the unaging demon child said as he continued to attack. Water vapor surged, and a huge water-blue dragon charged out from the unaging demon child's body, pouncing at Gu Fei. Water elemental power. Gu Fei moved his feet, displaying his extreme speed of 8 steps, and instantly dodged the attack. Roar. The water dragon roared as if it had a life of its own. It chased after Gu Fei, its murderous aura soaring into the sky. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly and threw a punch at the incoming water dragon. The moment he punched, streams of chaotic Dao runes appeared on his fist, and a powerful chaotic force erupted. Boom! Gu Fei pressed forward, clashing directly with the unaging demon child. The powerful chaotic force blasted the head of the water dragon that was pouncing at him. The violent force swept out in all directions, causing the void to tremble. What's going on? At this moment, although Gu Fei was sent flying again, he carefully realized that both his power and the unaging demon child's power were gathering towards the ancient bronze coffin. On the ancient bronze coffin, some ancient runes appeared faintly. Again, the unaging demon child instantly pressed forward. With just one step, it had already caught up with Gu Fei, who was flying backward. It stretched out its hand, and a blue hand broke through the void, slapping towards Gu Fei. An extremely powerful force spread out from the blue hand, and countless blue Dao runes appeared on the hand, triggering the power of the great path of the Venerable level. Rumble. A large area of the void collapsed and was annihilated by the blue hand. It was like a hand of destruction that emitted terrifying destructive power. Under the giant hand, everything ceased to exist. As the giant hand slapped down, Gu Fei only felt that his body was about to be torn apart. Even someone as strong as the chaotic martial body felt like it was about to collapse at this moment. Preposterous. Gu Fei's body was surrounded by chaotic Dao runes. 9 primordial Dao runes emerged from his martial body, intertwining with the power of a sage king. However, such power was still unable to resist the unaging demon child's power of the great path of the Venerable level. Streaks of blood appeared on Gu Fei's body, and he was about to collapse. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and his long hair danced in the wind. His eyes emitted a sharp gaze that was like 2 divine swords, and an illusion of an ancient cauldron emerged from his body. Buzz! The void trembled, and as soon as the illusion of the ancient cauldron appeared, the blue hand that slapped down from the sky was immediately shaken off and dissipated in the void. The blue hand that dissipated turned into specks of spiritual light, and then gathered towards the ancient bronze coffin, which silently devoured them. Could it be that the thing inside is still alive? The unaging demon child muttered to himself. He stared at the ancient bronze coffin in the distance, and the expression on his face kept changing. The mountain and river cauldron is indeed the supreme sage artifact with the strongest defense in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The unaging demon child's attention was focused on Gu Fei again. He couldn't help but be moved when he saw the disappearing illusion of the ancient cauldron on Gu Fei's body. It was just an illusion, but it already had the power of a Venerable level. With the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, this guy was already in an invincible position. Thinking of this, the unaging demon child's expression became a little ugly. You can't kill me yet. Chapter 2379. You're too arrogant. The unold demon child looked at Gu Fei with a glint in his eyes. A powerful holy venerable aura erupted from his body, causing the entire world to become unstable. Heaven's horizon was a very special place. Here, The natural laws of heaven and earth were formed. Even the power of heaven's wrath could not descend upon this place. The three great forbidden lands of the outer seas were forbidden lands that no living creatures dared to approach. Not many could walk out of such a place alive. Someone was raising demons at heaven's horizon. Those powerful demonic creatures were nothing to Gu Fei, but they were definitely a nightmare for ordinary cultivators. Most importantly, the demonic nature of heaven's horizon could demonize living creatures. Even the most powerful of living creatures would face the danger of chi deviation if they stayed here for too long. There was also the bronze coffin at the top of heaven's horizon, which made Gu Fei feel even weirder. The coffin could actually devour his and the unold demon child's powers. I'm not being arrogant, but you're too weak. Gu Fei was very domineering. Even when facing Venerables, this was a manifestation of his invincible confidence. Who cared about Venerables? As long as he was invincible, he would be fearless. Kid, I suddenly don't want to kill you anymore. I want to refine you into my war pet. The unold demon child looked at Gu Fei and suddenly grinned. Its white teeth seemed to be glowing. War pet, Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Not many people can be trained into battle pets by me. You should be proud of yourself. The unold demon child looked at Gu Fei and said, Is that so? Then do you want me to kneel and beg you to refine me into a war pet? Gu Fei said coldly, I'll let you witness the power of my war pet. The unold demon child reached out his right hand and drew a line in the air in front of his chest. A void passage immediately appeared in the air. Then, 3 figures walked out from the void passage. After the 3 figures walked out of the void passage immediately closed. When Gu Fei saw the 3 figures, his pupils involuntarily shrank. 3 strange beasts walked out of the void tunnel. These 3 strange beasts were not ordinary beasts. They were all untainted remnant species. The red Qilin, the 3-headed flood dragon, and the black water mystical serpent. These 3 surviving species of the untainted land were extremely powerful. They were all ferocious beasts above the saint level. In particular, the scarlet Qilin's bloodlust soared into the sky. A murderous aura that could change the color of heaven and earth emanated from the body of this ferocious beast. This is your battle pet. Gu Fei was very shocked. These were all powerful beings that could become overlords of a region. That's right, let them play with you. The unold demon child said, Then I'll let you experience the power of my indestructible war body. As Gu Fei spoke, he also opened up his inner world. A figure walked out from his inner world, and an extremely powerful aura emanated from the figure. What? The unold demon child could not help but be surprised when he sensed the powerful aura coming from the figure. He knew why the opponent called this indestructible war body. This indestructible war body actually contained immortal divinity. This indestructible war body is mine. The unold demon child ordered the 3 untainted beasts. The 3 untainted beasts immediately pounced on the indestructible war body. The scarlet Qilin and the 3-headed flood dragon charged at Gu Fei, while the black water mystical serpent faced off against Gu Fei's indestructible war body. The huge serpent's body was like a mountain, crushing down on the indestructible war body. Bang! Gu Fei slapped the 3-headed flood dragon away, and then collided with the scarlet Qilin. Both sides were pushed back by the other's strength. Although they are battle pets, they still have their own consciousness, apart from listening to my commands. The unold demon child said. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The battle pet was extraordinary. To a certain extent, although it had lost its freedom, it wasn't a real puppet. The 2 untainted beasts blocked Gu Fei's path and attacked Gu Fei. Boom! The scarlet Qilin opened its mouth and spat out a crimson divine flame, burning towards Gu Fei. Under the scorching heat of the divine flame, the void was silently annihilated. Gu Fei ignored the divine flame and rushed into the sea of fire. He passed through the divine flame and arrived above the scarlet Qilin. He then stomped down on the scarlet Qilin's head. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared under Gu Fei's feet, like black lightning. A terrifying destructive power surged out from his feet. 8 steps, 8 kills. Gu Fei used the 8-kill steps. Bang! The scarlet qilin was stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei's foot, smashing heavily into the blood-colored ground. The blood-colored ground was actually extremely hard. When the scarlet qilin smashed into it, it didn't even leave a mark. This shocked Gu Fei. Could it be that the scarlet cliff contained an immortal demonic nature? The demonic nature of the demon ancestor, born from the chaos, was immortal. At that moment, Gu Fei's indestructible battle body grabbed the Blackwater mystical snake's tail with one hand and swung the enormous Blackwater mystical snake into the air, smashing it into the ground. Gu Fei was no stranger to the Blackwater mystical snake. Back in the icy azure pool of Taishin Mountain, he had encountered a Blackwater mystical snake. However, that Blackwater mystical snake had only been a young snake, while this one was definitely an adult Blackwater mystical snake. They could not be compared at all. The power of an adult Blackwater mystical snake was undeniable. However, it was a pity that this adult Blackwater mystical snake had encountered Gu Fei's indestructible battle body. The indestructible battle body contained immortal divinity. No matter how injured the Blackwater mystical snake was, even if it was smashed to pieces, it would be able to reform its body immediately. It could be said that ordinary methods would not be able to kill the indestructible battle body. As such, this Blackwater mystical snake was doomed. This indestructible battle body is really not bad. The unold demon child looked at Gu Fei's indestructible battle body, his eyes shining. Kill! Gu Fei's indestructible battle body roared and rushed down from the sky. As he waved his hands, 2 golden blades of light shot out towards the Blackwater mystical snake below. The Blackwater mystical serpent sensed the danger. It roared, and its gigantic body quickly shrunk. The 2 blades of light missed its target. Swoosh! The Blackwater mystical snake became several feet long. Like a black demonic arrow, it pierced through the air and shot towards Gu Fei's indestructible battle body. Chapter 2380. An adult Blackwater mystical serpent was extremely powerful and was said to be able to devour ancient deities. Among the 3 battle pets of the unaging demon child, there was actually an adult Blackwater mystical serpent. This made Gu Fei's heart shiver. This Blackwater mystical snake was definitely a sacred level being. Even though it had become the ageless monster's battle pet, it still retained its greatest strength. Swish! The Blackwater mystical snake shrunk to a few feet long. Like a black demonic arrow, it pierced through the air and shot towards Gu Fei's indestructible body. Gu Fei's indestructible body didn't have time to react. The Blackwater mystical snake pierced through his chest, and a beam of black light went through the indestructible body's back. The indestructible war body contained the immortal divinity, which was a killing tool known as indestructible. It was peerlessly powerful. Although the Blackwater mystical serpent had pierced a big hole in his chest, that big hole was rapidly shrinking and eventually disappeared, as if that big hole had never appeared. It really is the indestructible body, the ageless monster exclaimed. The Blackwater mystical snake was his battle pet. No one knew better than him how powerful and terrifying the Blackwater mystical snake was. The Blackwater mystical snake's venom could even kill a sacred level being. However, even though the Blackwater mystical snake had pierced through Gu Fei's indestructible body, it didn't care about the snake's venom at all. Swish! After the dark water mystical serpent pierced through the indestructible body, it made a turn in the air and flew back, continuing to shoot towards the indestructible martial body. This time, the indestructible war body was prepared. His right hand slapped at the Blackwater mystical snake, and his entire palm turned golden. The Blackwater mystical snake was knocked away by the indestructible body's palm. When the indestructible body's palm collided with the Blackwater mystical snake, a metallic sound was heard. At this moment, a black mist rushed out of the Blackwater mystical snake's body. Then, a silhouette emerged from the black mist. A young man in black armor walked out of the black mist. The Blackwater mystical snake had turned into a human. The dangerous aura it emitted was even more intense. At the sacred level, any living being could turn into other things. It wasn't difficult for the Blackwater mystical snake to turn into a human. Bang! The void trembled. Gu Fei's indestructible battle body didn't hesitate and directly used the five-element fist. It conjured the five-element battle domain and pulled the black-robed youth into it. What? The unaging demon child was shocked. He never imagined that Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique could unleash such a powerful divine ability. By this time, the Scarlet Qilin and the three-headed Dragon Emperor had already been beaten to a pulp by Gu Fei. The Scarlet Qilin's Qilin horn had already been broken by Gu Fei's punch, and one of the three-headed Dragon Emperor's head had been exploded by Gu Fei's kick. Useless thing. The unold demon child charged directly at Gu Fei. His powerful Saint Venerate aura spread out in all directions. 9 water-blue Dao patterns appeared on his body and turned into 9 divine halos that circled around him. The Qi Qilin and the three-headed Dragon Emperor hurriedly retreated. They knew that the other party had already shown them mercy. Otherwise, they would have long been killed by this human. Don't waste your energy. You don't have the qualifications to make me your war pet. Gu Fei was very calm because he had the mountain and river cauldron to protect him. Even if the cauldron had not awakened, it was still not something that the unold demon child could contend against. How would you know if you don't try? The unold demon child smiled. Then bring it on. Gu Fei stared at the unold demon child, who was walking towards him step by step. Chaotic aura surged around his body, and 9 chaotic Dao patterns appeared on his body, activating the powerful Dao power of a Saint King. You actually cultivate the great Dao of chaos, the unold demon child said. Your great Dao of water is not bad either. Gu Fei said. There were 3,000 great Daos, and all of them could become saints. However, there were not many people who could truly cultivate a great Dao to the extreme level. Take this. The unaging demon child flipped his right hand, and a large, blue seal immediately appeared in his hand. An extremely powerful undulation of water elemental energy was emitted from the seal, and the silhouette of a black tortoise could be vaguely seen on the seal. The black tortoise seal. Gu Fei could not help but be moved when he saw the seal in the unold demon child's hand. You have a good eye. The unold demon child did not deny it. It really is the black tortoise seal. Gu Fei was shocked again. The black tortoise seal was a sacred item that was famous even in ancient times. Legend had it that it was an emperor-level saint weapon refined by the black tortoise, a demonic emperor. A demonic emperor was not just an ordinary emperor, but an invincible existence that could contend with a human emperor. Apart from supremes, the only existences that were stronger than saints were the invincible existences at the ultimate emperor level. The imperial path was also a type of extreme Dao, a type of extreme power. Therefore, existences like human emperors were usually referred to as ultimate emperor-level existences in the distant past. The black tortoise seal was just an abbreviation. The real name of the black tortoise seal should be the ultimate emperor black tortoise seal. Gu Fei did not say anything else. He flipped his right hand, and a bronze mace appeared in his hand. This was a bronze mace that was covered in a coppery green color. An incomparably ancient aura emanated from the bronze truncheon. The unold demon child was about to attack, but when he saw the bronze mace in Gu Fei's hand, he could not help but stop and stare at the bronze mace in Gu Fei's hand, an emperor-level weapon. The unold demon child's eyes shone brightly. Although the bronze mace in his opponent's hand was restrained, he could still sense an obscure emperor-level power from it. Only an invincible ultimate emperor realm expert could cultivate ultimate emperor-level power. The human emperor was definitely one of the most powerful existences in the world. Come on. As he spoke, Gu Fei directly waved the bronze mace in his hand and smashed it towards the unold demon child. Seeing Gu Fei attack with the emperor-level weapon, even a Saint Venerable of the demon clan like the unold demon child could not help but change his expression. It should be known that even a Saint Venerable of the demon clan would be killed by this bronze mace. The unold demon child did not dare to be negligent. He immediately took out the black tortoise seal. A blue-black tortoise shadow immediately rushed out from the black tortoise seal and met the incoming bronze mace. Bzzz. The bronze mace and the black tortoise shadow collided. The void let out a deafening sound, and the entire void began to tremble like water waves. At that moment, Gu Fei only felt a strong force coming from the bronze mace, and he could not help but fly backwards. Boom. Chapter 2381. The clash between the Renhuang weapon and the black tortoise seal seemed to be evenly matched, but Gu Fei knew very well that his opponent's cultivation level was much higher than his. Even with the Emperor Divine Mace, he was not his opponent's opponent, unless he could improve his cultivation level and break through to the Saint Emperor realm. However, Gu Fei could not break through to the Saint Emperor realm at this point in time. If it weren't for the protection of the cauldron of mountains and rivers, you wouldn't even have the right to fight me. The unold monster child was very aggressive. He held the black tortoise seal in his hand and pressed towards Gu Fei. With every step he took, runes appeared under his feet. The ground shrank to an inch. Is that so? Gu Fei did not care. Although the Saint Venerables of the monster race were powerful, his chaotic martial body was not to be trifled with. Even without the protection of the cauldron of mountains and rivers, it would not be easy for the unold monster child to kill him. Submitting to me is a great fortune for you. The unold monster child pressed forward. A figure appeared around the seal in his right hand, and an extremely powerful ultimate emperor power was awakening on the seal. Humph. Submitting to me is also a great fortune for you. Gu Fei said tit for tat. You don't know what's good for you. The unold monster child shook his head. His expression darkened, and an extremely dangerous aura emanated from his body. Buzz. The black tortoise seal in the unold monster child's hand vibrated. An ultimate emperor power rushed out of the seal, turning into several heavenly swords that slashed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei swung the bronze mace in his hand, directly smashing the blue sword light. Afterwards, his right hand that held the Emperor Divine Mace trembled slightly. The ultimate Emperor power had almost knocked the Emperor Divine Mace out of his hand. Die! The unold monster child roared. The black tortoise seal in his hand immediately flew into the air, turning into a huge seal that was as large as a mountain, pressing down on Gu Fei. Streaks of ultimate Emperor nomological laws surged out of the seal, then began to descend downwards. Powerful ultimate Emperor nomological laws sealed off the surrounding space. Roar. Gu Fei roared, and then he waved the Emperor Divine Mace in his hand and smashed it upward. As if it had been stimulated by the power of the black tortoise seal, profound ultimate Emperor Dao patterns began to appear on the mortal Emperor Divine Mace, and a powerful wave of ultimate Emperor power began to radiate from the mortal Emperor Divine Mace. Buzz. The human Emperor Divine Mace vibrated, and a golden light spread out from it, blocking the black tortoise seal that was pressing down from the sky. A mountain-like pressure came crashing down from above, almost suffocating Gu Fei. The sound of his bones vibrating could be heard from all over his body. The power of the chaotic martial body was released. Rumble. The void trembled. The black tortoise seal was as heavy as 100,000 mountains, yet it was still slowly descending. The incomparably hard rock beneath Gu Fei's feet was actually shattered by his stomp. One could well imagine how powerful the seal was. Preposterous. Gu Fei resisted with all his might, but he had to admit that his opponent's cultivation was obvious. It was obvious that he was bullying the weak. The unold demon child wanted to completely suppress Gu Fei with the cultivation of a holy venerate. If we were at the same level, killing you would be a piece of cake. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and said, I have to say that you are very amazing, but unfortunately, you met me. The unold demon child laughed. Humph, do you really think that you can defeat me? Gu Fei gritted his teeth and said. As the black tortoise seal continued to press down, he was under such immense pressure that he could not even straighten his back. Buzz. Gu Fei directly activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron, and the shadow of a huge cauldron appeared on his body. Then, the unold demon child's black tortoise seal flew up. The mountain and river cauldron again. The unold demon child was incomparably shocked. An extreme path saint artifact refined by an extreme path sovereign was actually this powerful. It was truly a surprise to him. I'll let you have some fun with my clone. With a thought, Gu Fei directly opened up his inner world and released his celestial venerate body. A powerful celestial venerate aura filled the sky and earth. You also have a battle pet. The unold demon child was really shocked. What really made the unold demon child uneasy was that his opponent's body was actually in celestial venerate. Kill. As soon as Gu Fei's celestial venerate body appeared, it immediately took over the Emperor's divine mace from Gu Fei's hand and pressed towards the unold demon child. The powerful celestial venerate power shook the sky and earth. While Gu Fei and the unold demon child were fighting, the ancient bronze coffin on heaven's horizon was constantly devouring the power that was emitted. An extremely obscure wave began to spread from the ancient bronze coffin. Gu Fei's celestial venerate body held the Emperor's divine mace and confronted the unold demon child. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise was heard and the void shattered. The Blackwater mystical snake that Gu Fei's indestructible martial body had kept in the five elements battle domain rushed out. When the Blackwater mystical snake charged out, a figure walked out of the seemingly illusory void and attacked the Blackwater mystical snake. The power of the five elements surged on his fist. Although the Blackwater mystical snake had become the unold demon child's battle pet, it still had its own consciousness. To a certain extent, the Blackwater mystical snake was still a creature with its own thoughts, even though it had become the unold demon child's battle pet. In other words, the unold demon child's battle pet wasn't its puppet. Boom! The Blackwater mystical snake was once again sent flying by the indestructible martial body. The place where it was hit was a bloody mess. Your battle pet isn't that great. Gu Fei couldn't help but be pleased with the scene. Very good. The unold demon child's eyes lit up as he spoke. The Scarlet Qilin and the three-headed Dragon Emperor attacked the indestructible martial body at the same time. The three of you won't be enough. Gu Fei's voice was heard. Then, as Gu Fei had expected, Gu Fei's indestructible martial body was still able to deal with the three powerful battle pets at the same time. Bang! The Scarlet Qilin's claw slapped the indestructible martial body's shoulder and tore off a piece of flesh. Chapter 2382. Gu Fei's indestructible body was extremely powerful. With a sweep of his leg, the Scarlet Qilin's head exploded. The headless Scarlet Qilin was flung thousands of meters away. However, such an attack couldn't possibly kill the Scarlet Qilin. After all, the Scarlet Qilin was a powerful saint-level existence. Soon, the Scarlet Qilin's head regenerated. Its demonic aura was still as strong as ever. Its vitality wasn't harmed at all. The injuries on Gu Fei's indestructible body also healed in an instant. The indestructible body contained an immortal divinity that could be said to be indestructible. Even if it was blasted to smithereens, it could still recover in an instant. Roar! At this moment, the three-headed Dragon Emperor let out an angry roar, and all three of its heads spewed out demonic flames at the same time, burning towards Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique. Within the demonic flames, faint demonic runes could be seen. This was a type of great Tao demonic fire. Even a sage would be burned to ashes by it. However, Gu Fei's indestructible battle body completely ignored the Great Path demonic flames. He charged straight into the demonic flames, passed through them, and threw a punch at the three-headed Dragon Emperor. The Great Tao divine runes appeared on the indestructible body's body. The Great Tao demonic fire couldn't burn it at all. Boom! The void trembled. Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique displayed the profundity of the five elemental fist. His fist seemed to contain the evolution of the five elemental heavens and earth, as if a single fist could crush everything. Without any suspense, the three-headed Dragon Emperor was sent flying by the indestructible body's punch. It coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, clearly injured. All of you, come in. The indestructible body roared and used the five elements battle domain again. A terrifying black hole appeared around him, pulling the Blackwater mystical snake, the Scarlet Qilin, and the three-headed Dragon Emperor into it at the same time. At this time, Gu Fei's immortal sovereign and the unaging demon child had also made their moves. Buzz. The mortal Emperor divine mace vibrated in the celestial sovereign's hand as the power of the ultimate Emperor realm awakened within it. At this moment, the rusty mortal Emperor divine mace seemed different from before. 9 Supreme Emperor patterns appeared on the Runhuang divine mace, and a wisp of Runhuang might appeared between heaven and earth. The celestial lord's Taoist body attacked directly. It was a simple and direct move, smashing the mace towards the unaging demon child. The entire world shook as the mace was smashed. Humph! The unaging demon child sneered, then directly took out the black tortoise seal in his hand. A black tortoise shadow immediately rushed out from the seal. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled. Beneath the gigantic black tortoise's shadow was a pitch-black, boundless ocean. The raging waves surged high into the sky. An extremely powerful water Tao energy spread out from the black tortoise seal, and it evolved into an extremely shocking scene. The ancient black tortoise came out of the water, and it shook the heavens and the earth. The two ultimate Emperor realm powers collided, and a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions, forcing Gu Fei to retreat into the distance. The ultimate Emperor realm power was simply too powerful. Even a wisp of it was enough to crush a mountain range, and even a sage would have to retreat before it. The entire blood-colored cliff trembled. The ultimate Emperor realm power shook the heavens and the earth, and even the celestial cliffs were affected. A rain of blood began to fall from the sky. The ancient bronze coffin continued to devour all of the power from the top of the celestial cliffs. It was like a bottomless black hole that could even devour ultimate Emperor realm power. At this moment, neither Gu Fei nor the unaging demon child had the time to care about the ancient bronze coffin. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign's Taoist body swung down with the Emperor divine mace, colliding with the black tortoise shadow. The two ultimate Emperor realm powers collided head-on, and in that instant, the void was completely destroyed. The immortal sovereign's Tao body and the unaging demon child were both sent flying backwards. Two waves of ultimate Emperor realm power intertwined, and a large, chaotic hole appeared between them. As the power of the ultimate Emperor realm surged out in all directions, the black hole began to grow larger and larger. In the end, it took up half of the sky. It was just a single strike, but the chaotic chi was released. This kind of power shocked Gu Fei and the unaging demon child to the extreme. The power of the Supreme Emperor Divine Weapon was too shocking. I've underestimated you. The unaging demon child halted his retreat and stood in the void, staring at the celestial sovereign's body across from the black hole as he spoke. I didn't underestimate you, Gu Fei's celestial prime body said. There's no point in fighting like this. How about we stop? He knew that his opponent had the Runhuang divine mace. Even if he mastered the Xianwu seal, it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponent. I won't fight just because you said so, Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body said coldly. If you want to fight, then I'll accompany you, the unaging demon child said. Then what's the point of wasting your breath? Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body attacked again. 9 divine runes of the immortal path appeared on his body. In an instant, his aura increased several times. Powerful waves of power spread out from the immortal Venerable's body of Tao, causing the void around him to constantly collapse and repair itself. Such a strange scene appeared. The unaging demon child seemed to have thought of something and was shocked. Boom! A surge of immortal Tao energy erupted. In an instant, Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body disappeared completely. Even that powerful aura that caused one's heart to palpitate disappeared. Oh no! The unaging demon child did not even think about it. He activated the Xianwu seal in his hand. A water-blue divine light that looked like waves of water shone from the Xianwu seal, enveloping the surroundings. At that moment, a figure appeared above the unaging demon child's head and smashed down with the mace. Bzzz. The two waves of ultimate Emperor realm power clashed once again, and the resulting shockwaves caused the entire sky above the heavens horizon to ripple like water. Transparent ripples spread out in all directions. The ultimate Emperor powers were so vast that even Gu Fei's indestructible battle body had to retract his 5 elements battle domain and retreat. The 3-headed Dragon Emperor and the others were horrified by the ultimate Emperor powers and fled for their lives. This was ultimate Emperor powers. Even Saint Sovereigns would be destroyed in body and soul, let alone Saint Beasts. The three-headed dragon emperor and the others did not want to die. However, the mysterious ancient bronze coffin on the heavens horizon continued to devour the ultimate emperor realm energy, and some of the inscriptions on the coffin began to glow with a dark light. The demonic aura emanating from the ancient bronze coffin became even stronger. What's going on? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel uneasy when he sensed the changes in the coffin. The fact that the coffin could devour even ultimate emperor powers shocked Gu Fei to no end. After all, ultimate emperor realm cultivators were peerless existences that could compete with extreme Dao sovereigns. Could the primal chaos demon ancestor be buried in the coffin? Demons born from heaven and earth were called demon ancestors. Because they were born from heaven and earth, these demon ancestors were incomparably powerful when they were born. However, the truly invincible demon ancestor was the primal chaos demon ancestor, who had been born from the boundless primordial chaos. Only the primal chaos demon ancestor could shake the heavens and earth and compete with supremes. Kill. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body wielded the human sovereign's divine armament and began to battle the unaging demon child. His ultimate emperor powers caused chaotic black holes to appear in the sky. The two saint sovereigns shot into the sky from the cliffs and into outer space. The unaging demon child reached out with his right hand and directly used his great magic power to summon a star towards Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Dao body. Boom! There was a loud noise as the immortal sovereign's immortal sovereign body smashed the star with the mace. It rushed over and instantly appeared in front of the unaging demon child, smashing the mace down on the unaging demon child's head. Overturn the heavens and seas. The unaging demon child roared angrily as the image of a massive black tortoise surged out of its body. Ultimate Emperor Realm power exploded forth as a mountainous black tortoise tumbled about in the boundless Black Sea. The power of the black tortoise seal burst forth like a real black tortoise in the sea. The powerful great path of water blocked the immortal sovereign's divine emperor mace. Tenfold ascension power. The immortal sovereign used the ascension secret technique. Its aura instantly soared to a level that made everyone's hearts palpitate. The immortal sovereign's divine emperor mace broke through the power of the black tortoise seal and smashed into the black tortoise's shadow in the boundless sea. Boom! The shadow of the black tortoise was smashed into pieces by the immortal sovereign's divine emperor mace. The unaging demon child suffered a great impact and was sent flying while coughing up blood. The 9 secrets of the immortal path. The unaging demon child was both shocked and angry. Its right hand, which was holding the black tortoise seal, was already drenched in blood. White bones were even visible in some places. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign's divine emperor mace smashed the black tortoise seal. The tenfold ascension power almost knocked the black tortoise seal out of the unaging demon child's hand. 3 pure ones. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign's divine emperor mace used the 9 secrets of the immortal path. 3 streams of clear air rushed out of the immortal sovereign's divine emperor mace's head, turning into 3 clones that charged at the unaging demon child. Every single Dao body seemed as if it possessed the strength of its true body, and it actually forced the unold demon child to retreat ceaselessly and be flustered. The 3 clones kept the unaging demon child busy, while the immortal sovereign's divine emperor mace soared into the sky and used the most mysterious secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the secret of nothing. The power of the secret of nothing spread out and shrouded the world. An unfathomable power turned everything in the world into nothingness. At this moment, the unaging demon child had already used the black tortoise seal to return the 3 pure Taoist clones that the celestial sovereign had conjured. The 3 streams of clear energy flew back to Gu Fei's celestial sovereign Taoist clone and entered his body. When the unaging demon child broke the immortal sovereign's divine emperor mace's 3 pure ones secret technique, the power of the secret of nothing descended and enveloped half of the unaging demon child's body. Roar. Chapter 2383. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were the 9 secret arts created by the supreme Tao ancestor. In ancient times, they were known as the 9 undefeatable secret arts. From this, One could imagine how heaven-defying the power of these 9 secret techniques was. The unaging demon child's body was definitely comparable to a heavenly venerable weapon refined by a heavenly venerable. It was extremely powerful, but the moment half of the unaging demon child's body was enveloped by the power of the word Wu, that half of his body was immediately melted. The power of the secret word void was truly heaven-defying. Even a saint's treasure would be turned into nothingness after being enveloped by its power, and even a monster sovereign's body would be melted. Roar! The unaging monster child roared furiously. He was on the verge of going berserk. That half of his body emitted a monstrous demonic aura. 9 demonic runes emerged, and the terrifying power of a monster sovereign shook the world. Terrifying black fissures appeared in the space around the ageless monster child. It was as if this part of the world could not contain his monster sovereign's true form. Rumble! The void trembled as demonic runes interwove on the unaging monster child's wounded body. The half of his body that had been melted by the secret word, void, rapidly regenerated. However, the unaging monster child knew that the terrifying power that could melt all things in the world had already damaged his vitality. What secret art is this? Is it also one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? In just a few breaths, the half of the unaging monster child's body that had been melted by the secret word, void, regenerated and recovered. The secret word, void, was the most mysterious and inconceivable of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Since ancient times, those who had seen this secret had all died. Celestial Emperor Ziyang should be the only successor of the secret word, void, the 9th disciple of the Supreme Tao Ancestor. This was the only explanation that could explain why Celestial Emperor Ziyang knew the 9th secret. Why should I tell you? Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body spoke and attacked again. The power of the secret word, void, surged out from his hands and enveloped the void. This time, the unaging demonic child was prepared. He immediately retreated and activated the black tortoise seal. A black sea appeared around the unaging demonic child. The image of a massive Xuanwu tortoise appeared in the depths of the Black Sea, and a wave of ultimate Emperor realm power began to gather in that part of the Black Sea, ready to explode at any moment. The power of the Wu character surged forth, but this time, it was blocked by the wisp of ultimate Emperor realm power that emanated from the black tortoise seal. Your secret technique can only injure me once, the unold demon child said coldly. The seal of the black tortoise was a demonic artifact of the ultimate Emperor realm. Even the Wu secret art would not be able to dissolve the power of the black tortoise unless a human emperor used this secret art. Really? As Gu Fei's celestial prime's Taoist body spoke, he directly activated the human sovereign divine weapon in his hand, broke through the layers of Xuanwu power, and pressed towards the unaging demon child in the Black Sea. Just as Gu Fei's celestial venerable body and the unaging demon child attacked with all their might, the ancient bronze coffin on the cliff crazily devoured the power of the black tortoise seal and the human sovereign divine weapon. Rumble! The ancient bronze coffin finally shook, and a layer of black chi appeared on the surface of the coffin. The demonic power gradually grew stronger, causing the 3 Saint Emperors' hearts to palpitate. Humph! If you keep fighting, the thing in the coffin will come out, the unaging demon child suddenly said. Don't you want to know what's in the coffin? Keep going, the unaging demon child suddenly said. He did not want to stop. Gu Fei's celestial venerable said. He did not want to stop. He used all his strength to activate the human sovereign divine weapon in his hand and fought against the unaging demon child. The void was constantly destroyed. However, the strange thing was that the blood-colored cliff was able to resist the power of the ultimate Emperor realm. It was not damaged, and it continued to devour the power. High up in the sky, Gu Fei stared at the ancient bronze coffin in the distance. He felt a little uneasy, as if the chaos demon ancestor really was buried in the coffin. At this time, the demonic chi lingered on the ancient bronze coffin. The Tao patterns on the coffin lit up, activating the power of the great Tao. It was barely able to suppress the coffin. It seemed that someone had used a great spell to seal something inside the coffin. However, the thing inside the coffin was constantly devouring the power of the ultimate Emperor realm. The seal on the coffin would not last much longer. Gu Fei's indestructible war form retreated and stood guard beside Gu Fei. The three Saint Emperors also retreated far away, not daring to go near the ancient bronze coffin. If the unaging demon child was not fighting with Gu Fei's celestial venerable body, the three Saint Emperors would have fled as far as they could. The demonic nature of the chaos demon ancestor was something that even the Saint Emperors could not resist. They showed signs of being demonized. The demonic nature pervaded everywhere and affected their Tao hearts. Even Gu Fei felt restless under the influence of the demonic nature emitted from the ancient bronze coffin, which made him feel even more uneasy. Kill. Gu Fei's celestial venerable body fought fiercely with the unaging demon child. The Ascension's secret technique caused the celestial venerable body's battle power to soar, forcing the unaging demon child to retreat continuously. An extremely powerful ultimate Emperor realm power spread out from the Runhuang divine weapon in the celestial venerable body's hand, sweeping in all directions. The Xianwu seal in the unaging demon child's hand seemed to be stimulated by the Runhuang divine weapon and showed signs of awakening. The black sea around the unaging demon child never dissipated. The two ultimate Emperor realm powers clashed. The destructive power spread out, but it was completely devoured by the ancient bronze coffin. Boom! Finally, there was a loud noise. The ancient bronze coffin that had devoured the boundless power suddenly exploded. The seal on the ancient bronze coffin could no longer suppress the thing inside. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying demonic aura appeared between the heavens and the earth. Monstrous demonic aura swept out, enveloping the entire world. The blood-colored cliff instantly turned into night. Gu Fei was shocked. Under the protection of the indestructible body, he quickly retreated into the distance. At the same time, the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared on his body. He had to use the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to protect himself and resist the terrifying demonic aura that erupted. At this time, Gu Fei's celestial venerable body and the unaging demon child were still fighting, with no intention of stopping. Rumble. The void shook violently. The celestial venerable body attacked with all its strength. The power of the secret word, no, spread out, turning a large amount of demonic qi into nothingness. A large hole was torn open in the boundless demonic qi. Starlight shone through the hole in the sky. The unaging demon child also attacked. The power of the Xianwu burst out. With him as the center, the demonic qi within a 10-mile radius was directly dispersed by the power of the Xianwu. Chapter 2384. After the ancient bronze coffin devoured an endless amount of energy, it finally exploded. The thing that was sealed in the ancient bronze coffin had come out. A terrifying demonic aura engulfed the entire heavens horizon. Roar! Demonic howls resounded throughout heaven's horizon. At the same time that the bronze coffin exploded, the stone coffins buried in the caves on the cliffs of heaven's horizon also exploded. Terrifying demonic creatures shrouded in black energy rushed out towards heaven's horizon as if they were summoned. While Gu Fei's immortal sovereign and the unaging demon child continued their battle, two blood-red specks of light appeared in the demonic energy and rapidly approached the two. What the hell is that? The unaging demon child shook the black tortoise seal in his hand, causing the black sea around him to churn violently. An extremely powerful wave of energy surged towards the two specks of light. As the demonic energy in front of them dissipated, a humanoid figure emerged from within. When Gu Fei's celestial sovereign and the unaging demon child saw that figure, they couldn't help but be shocked. It was a person with tattered clothes and disheveled hair hovering about 3 meters above the ground. The disheveled hair covered the face of the person, and only 2 specks of blood-red light flickered behind the long hair. Needless to say, the 2 specks of light were the crimson demonic light emitted from the eyes of the person. There really is an ancient demon buried in that ancient coffin. At this time, Gu Fei's immortal sovereign and the unaging demon child had no choice but to stop because they realized that the person was actually targeting them. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing resounded. 18 black demonic chains rushed out of the person shrouded in black energy, entangling Gu Fei's immortal sovereign and the unaging demon child respectively. This person had actually attacked two martial supremacies at the same time. Furthermore, the two martial supremacies had emperor weapons in their hands. Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body directly performed the secret word no, trying to dissolve the 9 black demonic chains that were entangling him. However, what shocked Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body was that the 9 demonic chains only dimmed when the power of the secret word Wu surged out. They did not dissipate in the void. Immortal demonic nature. Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body was shocked to the extreme. Could the person who came out of the ancient bronze coffin really be a chaos demon ancestor? Only supreme beings could cultivate immortal divinity. That was a type of divinity that could only be evolved after reaching the extreme of the great Tao. Preposterous. Gu Fei's celestial venerate body didn't think too much. He waved the Emperor Divine Mace in his hand and smashed it at the 9 demonic chains. A ball of golden light spread from the mace, and there was a vague Supreme Emperor Tao pattern in the golden light. The 9 demonic chains immediately dissipated into the void. Even the immortal demonic chains would be obliterated in the face of the Supreme Emperor power. Just as Gu Fei's celestial venerate body used the power of the Emperor Divine Mace to obliterate the 9 demonic chains, the old demon child also used the black tortoise seal to disperse the 9 demonic chains of the great Tao that were entangling him. Roar! At this moment, countless specks of bloody light appeared in the demonic chi. Demonic howls resounded in the surroundings as countless demonic creatures rushed to the top of the blood cliff. However, it was certain that these demonic creatures would not let go of Gu Fei's celestial venerate body and the old demon child so easily. Now it's as you wish, Gu Fei's celestial venerate body said to the old demon child. Although I want to know what's inside the ancient bronze coffin, this is not the case, the old demon child said. His eyes sparkled when he saw the person who came out of the ancient bronze coffin. No one knew what he was thinking. If this demonic creature leaves here, I'm afraid the entire Tung-Long continent will be plunged into endless slaughter. Gu Fei's celestial venerate body said. Is this the ancient reincarnation? The unaging demon child suddenly uttered such words. He had lived for countless years, so he naturally knew many great secrets of the world. The sudden arrival of the great ancient calamity was also without any warning. Reincarnation, my ass. Gu Fei's celestial venerate body really wanted to beat the old demon child up. Roar! At this moment, the person suddenly roared towards the sky. A terrifying demonic aura swept across, and the demonic creatures that rushed to the heavens horizon also roared. For a moment, the entire heavens horizon was like a group of demons dancing wildly. At this moment, Gu Fei had already retreated far away under the protection of the indestructible combat body. However, some incomparably powerful demonic creatures still had their eyes on them. Rumble! An incomparably huge demon dragon soared through the sky. The pitch-black body of the dragon was like a black mountain range. It crushed through the void, and the heavens and the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Reckless, Gu Fei said in a low voice. As he thought about it, the eyes of the indestructible combat body immediately shot out 2 sharp gazes like heavenly blades. It then took a step forward and met the attack. Just as the demonic aura erupted, countless living beings in the 3 divine continents felt a wave of unease. What's going on? Yen who was guarding the base camp of the Ziyang continent and the vast moon continent, suddenly opened her eyes and looked in the direction of the heavens horizon with a face full of suspicion. There's a change in the heavens horizon. At the same time, in the falling star continent, the sworn brother of the old demon child, Mr. Wu, also woke up from his meditation with a look of shock on his face. All the powerful living beings in the entire Goddown Sea felt uneasy. At this moment, Gu Fei's indestructible combat body had already started fighting with the demonic dragon. Whoosh! The demonic dragon opened its mouth and a pitch-black demonic fire immediately rushed out, burning towards the indestructible combat body. Wherever the demonic fire passed, the void was silently annihilated. This was a terrifying demonic fire that could destroy a saint. However, Gu Fei's indestructible combat body possessed immortal divinity. Although it only had the battle strength of a saint, it was said to be unkillable and indestructible. Perhaps only a supreme existence at the ultimate emperor realm could destroy the indestructible combat body. The indestructible combat body rushed over and directly rode on the demonic dragon's neck. Then, he grabbed the dragon's horn with his left hand and punched the demonic dragon's skull with his right hand. Bang! Crack! The indestructible combat body's punch landed, and a part of the demonic dragon's head immediately caved in. The skull was actually cracked, causing the demonic dragon to roar continuously. Just as the indestructible combat body was fighting the demonic dragon, the three Saint Emperors were also caught up by the extremely powerful demonic creatures and began fighting. Just as the indestructible combat body rode on the demonic dragon, Gu Fei flipped his right hand and a divine sword that emitted a cold, purple gold light appeared in his hand. Chapter 2385. Gu Fei made his move. With a wave of the purple gold divine sword, the dragon's head fell off. Even the powerful demonic power in the dragon's body was destroyed. The purple gold divine sword was an ultimate weapon of the Great Path. Even though the sword's spirit had fallen into a deep slumber, it was still not something that a mere dragon could contend with. Roar! Just as Gu Feijian was slaying the demonic dragon, a terrifying demonic roar resounded from heaven's horizon. Boundless demonic energy swept out from heaven's horizon, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. The huge dragon corpse fell from the sky. Gu Fei's indestructible body rushed over and joined up with Gu Fei before retreating into the distance. At this time, Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body and the unaging demon child were fighting against the terrifying demon that had broken out of the bronze coffin. Bang! The immortal sovereign Taoist's mace slammed into the demon's shoulder. His ultimate emperor realm power exploded forth, causing the demon's body to sway a few times. This shocked him to the extreme. The demon's demonic body was too strong. It could actually withstand a blow from the emperor's divine mace and seemed unharmed. Could it be the body of a chaotic fiend? Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body exclaimed. At this time, the demon's right claw was already reaching for his chest. He had no choice but to retreat. The body of a chaotic fiend was a powerful existence that could contend with an ultimate supreme body. Only this kind of physique could contend with the emperor's divine weapon. Boom! Just as the demon was about to chase after Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body, the sky above the demon's head suddenly shook. Then, a black sea wrapped around a huge seal descended from the sky, suppressing the demon. The demon threw his head back and roared, then punched upwards. Powerful demonic power surged from his body, as if the world was going to be punched through by him. Bang! The demon's fist broke through the black ocean and smashed into the black tortoise seal, causing it to fly up into the sky. What a savage demon! The unold demon child was shocked. The strength of this demon had far exceeded his expectations. However, he could also tell that this demon was most likely a corpse demon. Although the demon moved very fast, its joints were a little stiff, and it didn't seem to be very agile. The person buried in the ancient bronze coffin should be a devil that had fallen countless years ago. After countless years, the corpse of that demon had actually gained sentience and turned into a powerful corpse demon. Looks like we can't suppress this corpse demon even if we join forces, Gu Fei's celestial prime body said. At this moment, they had already let go of their prejudices and wanted to work together to suppress the demonic corpse. However, things were not that simple. The demonic corpse actually possessed the body of a true chaotic demon. This demon was definitely an invincible true demon of chaos when he was alive. Humph! It's not like there's no way. The unold demon child moved quickly in the void, evading the corpse demon's attacks as he spoke. You have a way, Gu Fei's celestial prime body said. Of course, as long as you're willing to part with an extreme saint artifact. The unold demon child said these words. You're thinking of, Gu Fei's celestial prime body was both shocked and angry. The other party actually wanted him to give up an extreme saint artifact. It seemed that only an extreme saint artifact could suppress this demonic corpse. That's right. The mountain and river cauldron can suppress the mountains and rivers of the world. Using it to suppress this demonic corpse will be a piece of cake. The unold demon child said, your calculations are quite good. Gu Fei's celestial prime body said coldly. Boom. He waved the mortal emperor divine mace in his hand. Ultimate emperor power erupted continuously, forcing the demonic corpse to retreat. However, even the ultimate emperor power could not cause much damage to the demonic corpse. At most, it left some marks on its body. I'm not playing with this demon anymore. Whether you want to suppress it or not, it's up to you. The unold demon child retreated and used the Xianwu seal to break through the layers of demonic qi. He charged out of heaven's horizon and quickly went far away. Gu Fei's celestial prime body paled at the sight. The unold demon child's retreat doubled the pressure on him. The demonic corpse immediately pounced at Gu Fei's celestial prime body fiercely. The demonic corpse had an immortal body and was not afraid of Gu Fei's celestial prime body and the mortal emperor divine mace. At this time, the unold demon child had already left heaven's horizon and arrived at where the three-headed dragon emperor and the others were. The three-headed dragon emperor, the Qi Qilin, and the Blackwater mystical snake were surrounded by a dozen powerful demonic beasts. They were about to be torn apart. Just as the three sacred kings' lives were hanging by a thread, the unold demon child arrived. Boom! The black tortoise seal descended from the sky, slaying all the demonic creatures that surrounded the three saint kings. Under the suppression of the black tortoise seal, all the demonic creatures were reduced to black, bloody mist. Let's go! With a wave of his hand, the unaging demon king sucked the three saint kings into his sleeve before quickly flying off into the distance. He disappeared into the horizon very quickly. Damn you, unold demon child! Gu Fei happened to see this scene. He was both shocked and angry. The unold demon child was too despicable. How dare he throw such a hot potato to me? Although he had the indestructible physique and the celestial prime body, as well as the extreme saint weapon, he might not be able to suppress the demonic corpse. One should know that the demonic corpse had already developed intelligence. With intelligence, it would not just stand there and let you suppress it. Roar! Demonic howls came from heaven's horizon. The vast demonic qi had already enveloped the entire Scarlet Cliff and was still spreading in all directions. At this time, heaven's horizon had become the domain of countless demonic beasts. Gu Fei really wanted to just leave it be. However, if he did that, countless demonic beasts would break out of the God-fallen ocean and cause endless bloodshed on the Tonglong continent. I don't believe that I can't suppress these demonic beasts. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and threw the violet gold divine sword towards heaven's horizon. Whoosh! The violet gold divine sword turned into a ray of violet gold divine light. It flashed across the sky and charged into the endless demonic qi. With a clang, it stabbed into heaven's horizon. Rumble. The moment the purple gold divine sword stabbed into the heaven's horizon, the entire blood-colored cliff began to tremble, as if something had been disturbed. This? Chapter 2386. Heaven's horizon seemed to have a life of its own. The entire cliff trembled when the purple gold divine sword stabbed into it. Countless cracks appeared and a red liquid seeped out of the cracks. Gu Fei's celestial body was shocked to the extreme. Such a huge cliff stood between the heavens and the earth and even stretched out beyond the starry sky. It seemed to have a life of its own. It was unbelievable. Roar! The demon that had broken the seal from the bronze coffin roared into the sky. The bloody light that shot out of its eyes was dozens of feet long. Boom! The demon stretched out its hand. Endless demonic power surged out of it and turned into a pitch-black hand that covered the heavens and the earth. It grabbed at Gu Fei's celestial body. This devil had already cultivated some Devil Dao sacred art. It was not a simple corpse devil that only knew how to kill. Bang! Gu Fei's celestial body swung the Emperor's divine mace and broke through the layers of demonic qi. It had already rushed out before the demon's claw could reach it. Buzz! At that moment, The purple gold divine sword that was stabbed into heaven's horizon suddenly vibrated. A chilling sword aura spread out from the sword. The corpse demon seemed to have received some kind of shock and actually quickly retreated. As for the demonic creatures that were unable to dodge in time, they fell one after another, never to stand up again. Soon, heaven's horizon was filled with demonic creatures. Just one strand of sword chi from the purple gold divine sword was enough to kill countless demonic creatures. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body could not help but be moved when he saw this scene. Bang! Just as the demon retreated, an ancient cauldron fell from the sky and pressed down on the demon. The powerful force caused the heavens and the void to tremble. The corpse demon roared and attacked with both hands, trying to fight against the mountain and river cauldron. However, there was no suspense. The mountain and river cauldron could suppress the mountains and rivers of the heavens and earth. It could even suppress the ancestral veins of the earth, let alone a corpse demon. The mountain and river cauldron fell and suppressed the corpse demon. Boom! When the mountain and river cauldron landed on the cliff, the entire mountain and river shook violently, and countless cracks appeared on it. Scarlet liquid seeped out of those cracks. That blood-like liquid actually started to gather towards the corpse demon that was being suppressed by the mountain river cauldron. The corpse demon that was being suppressed by the mountain river cauldron kept roaring, wanting to break free from the mountain river cauldron. Something's wrong. Far up in the sky, Gu Fei couldn't see what was happening on the cliff. However, he could sense that the demonic aura on heaven's cliffs was weakening. At the top of heaven's horizon, there was a spot where the demonic aura grew stronger and stronger. It was as if a true supreme demon had descended upon the world. Rumble! Thunder rumbled in the sky as bolts of crimson lightning wreaked havoc. A rain of blood fell from the sky, and a sinister wind blew. It was as if something ominous was about to happen. Humph! Still not enough. Gu Fei opened up his inner world. Within his inner world, a black saber that was stuck in a mountain suddenly flew up and rushed out of his inner world. Roar! A dragon roar resounded. An extremely violent and ferocious aura appeared between the heavens and the earth. On the black saber, an incomparably huge dragon shadow could be vaguely seen. At this moment, Gu Fei had already used all three of his Supreme Saint tools. Just when the peerless saber appeared between the heavens and the earth, the unold demon child, who had already left heaven's horizon and was rushing towards the falling stars continent, suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked in the direction of heaven's horizon in disbelief. What's going on? Why do I feel my heart palpitate? The unold demon child was indescribably shocked. However, he had no intention of returning to heaven's horizon. The reason why he had ascended to heaven's horizon was for the immortal demonic aura that was emitted from the ancient bronze coffin. If he could obtain that immortal power, he would be able to improve even further and break through his current cultivation realm to become an invincible supreme being in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, the plans of man were no match for the plans of the heavens. Gu Fei's appearance had disrupted everything. After being stunned for a moment, the unold demon child continued flying in the direction of the falling stars continent. He had already received news that forces from other continents had attacked the falling stars continent. Needless to say, only Heavenly Emperor Ziyang of the Purple Sun continent and Ultimate God South Heaven of the Clear Moon continent had the strength to attack the falling stars continent. In fact, he was really worried about his sworn brother. Just as the unold demon child was rushing towards the falling stars continent, an extremely evil scene took place on heaven's horizon. A rain of blood fell from the sky, and a chilly wind whistled. After the peerless, ominous saber rushed out of Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Fei grabbed the ominous saber, raised it high with both hands, and slashed at heaven's horizon with all his might. Roar! A dragon roar sounded as a black dragon shadow immediately rushed out from the peerless saber. It soared thousands of zhang into the sky, broke through the heavy rain of blood, and directly fell towards heaven's horizon. Boom! The black dragon fell from the sky. The endless demonic aura that shrouded the sky above the blood-colored cliff was split in half by the slash, and a terrifying down mark appeared on heaven's horizon. The endless demonic aura dissipated under the slash of the peerless saber. The huge cliff was almost split in half by the slash. Endless blood light shone from the cliff, and a strange sound appeared between heaven and earth. It was a very rhythmic sound, like a heartbeat. What? Gu Fei's immortal venerate body seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but be shocked. Following that, an incomparably huge blood-colored heart rushed out from the mountain. Endless blood-red demonic light dyed the entire heaven and earth red. The demon heart flew towards the demonic corpse that was being suppressed by the mountain river cauldron. However, at that moment, the mountain river cauldron seemed to be stimulated and began to vibrate. The demon heart couldn't get close to the mountain river cauldron, let alone fuse with the demonic corpse that was being suppressed by the mountain river cauldron. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was far in the sky, was extremely shocked. There was actually a demon heart buried in heaven's horizon. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary demon heart, but the demon heart of the true chaos demon. No wonder the blood-like liquid seeped out of heaven's horizon. It must be the demon heart of the true chaos demon that was buried in the cliff. The root of all the chaos was this true chaos demon heart. The true chaos demon heart sensed the existence of the mountain river cauldron and didn't dare to get too close. Chapter 2387. There was a true demon's heart buried inside heaven's horizon. This shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. The birth of a true demon's heart was not a trivial matter. If the demons obtained this true demon's heart, their cultivation would definitely increase greatly and no one would be able to control them. However, at this time, he also thought of the unaging demon child. If this guy returned to the meteorite-falling continent, Yin would be in danger. One should know that this guy was a demon venerable. Even in other places in the human realm, the power of heaven's wrath still existed. However, the body of a venerable and the black tortoise seal were not something that Yin could deal with. As Gu Fei thought about it, the celestial venerable who was still on heaven's horizon immediately soared into the sky with the human emperor divine mace. It broke through the layers of demonic chi and directly rushed out of heaven's horizon. Without saying anything, Gu Fei's celestial venerable had a special connection with him. They could perceive each other's thoughts and thoughts. Gu Fei's celestial venerable left the area where heaven's horizon was and flew towards the meteorite-falling continent. At this time, under the protection of the indestructible battle body, Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void. The peerless, ominous saber in his hand rushed out and fell towards heaven's horizon. The true demon's heart had already hidden inside heaven's horizon. The demonic power continuously gathered towards the corpse demon that was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. Roar. The corpse demon roared and the demonic sound spread far and wide. The demonic power on the corpse demon's body became stronger and stronger. In the end, 9 blood-colored demonic marks appeared on the corpse demon's body and drew the power of the true demon to fight against the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron shook and showed signs of being shaken off by the corpse demon. This ferocious demon. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he immediately activated the purple gold divine sword that was inserted into the cliff. The purple gold divine sword flew up and slashed towards the corpse demon that was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. The purple gold divine sword was a paragon sword. If the corpse demon was slashed by this paragon sword, it would be killed without any suspense no matter how powerful it was. However, at this moment, a blood-colored light rushed out from the corpse demon's body and instantly entered the corpse demon's body. Roar. Shurimo let out an earth-shattering roar. A demonic power so powerful that it caused the entire world to tremble erupted from Shurimo's body. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron shook, and the 9 blood-colored demonic inscriptions actually lifted the mountain and river cauldron. Then, the corpse demon that was suppressed under the mountain and river cauldron immediately rushed out. What? Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked. He had never imagined that the corpse demon would be able to break free from the mountain and river cauldron's suppression. Although the cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron had yet to awaken, the power of the corpse demon was enough to make Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Kill. The demons seemed to have obtained an inexhaustible power of the devil path. They actually shouted out a murderous voice, as if they were ancient demons descending to the world. They were extremely ferocious, and the blood-red demonic light emitted from their eyes was dozens of feet long. Could it be that the demon heart has entered his body? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The true demon's heart had a strong vitality and was still beating. The sound of a heartbeat could be heard from the corpse demon's body, which made Gu Fei somewhat incredulous. Boom! The corpse demon took the initiative to attack. He actually knocked away the purple gold divine sword with a punch, and then slapped away the mountain and river cauldron that was pressing down on him. In the end, even the peerless, ominous saber was kicked away by the ferocious demon. What? Gu Fei saw that the ferocious demon was already able to go against the transcendental sacred weapon, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The true chaotic demon body is really strong enough to go against the transcendental sacred weapon, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He knew that the power of the sacred weapon was not limited to this, but it was not an easy task to awaken the soul of the sacred weapon. Buzz. Just as Gu Fei was worrying, the three sacred weapons of extreme Tao were startled, and an aura of the extreme Tao was emitted from the three sacred weapons of extreme Tao. The souls of the three sacred weapons of extreme Tao seemed to have been stimulated by the burst of demonic Tao energy from the body of the corpse demon. Roar! The peerless, ominous saber flew across the sky. On the blade of the saber, there was a gigantic shadow of a dragon, and a faint dragon roar could be heard from the void. Swoosh! The peerless, ominous saber flashed by, leaving a scar on the body of the corpse demon. However, the scar disappeared in an instant, as if the corpse demon had never been slashed by the peerless, ominous saber. Throughout the ages, there had never been a saint weapon that had such a strong, murderous aura like the peerless, ominous saber. Not to mention being slashed by the peerless, ominous saber, even if the peerless, ominous saber cut a little of the skin, the murderous aura would invade the body and destroy all life force, killing them instantly. The true chaotic demon body is really that strong? Although Gu Fei found it hard to believe, it was his first time seeing a powerful demonic body that was not afraid of being slashed by the sacred weapon of extreme Tao. This demonic body should be the extreme demonic body. At this moment, the terrifying demonic aura emitted from the body of the corpse demon was getting stronger and stronger. Although Gu Fei was far away, he could still feel the immense pressure. Let's go all out. Gu Fei knew that if he did not go all out, he would not be able to suppress this demonic body. The power of the true demon's heart was too strong. Once the true demon's heart and the true chaotic demon body completely merged, there would be an invincible true chaotic demon in this world. He wanted to suppress the true demon's heart before it completely merged with the true chaotic demon body. Without hesitation, Gu Fei bit the tip of his tongue and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence. After the mountain and river cauldron, the purple gold divine sword and the peerless ominous saber absorbed Gu Fei's blood essence. They vibrated at the same time. While Gu Fei was going all out, in the ancestor land of the demon clan in the Falling Stars continent, Mr. Wu had already received a message from the old demon child. After receiving the message that the old demon child was about to return, Mr. Wu could not help but feel disappointed. In his heart, he really hoped that the old demon child would not return. The demon clan of the Falling Stars continent had ruled the Falling Stars continent for a long time. If it were not for the old demon child, the Falling Stars continent would have long been the world of the human clan. It should be known that there was more than one human clan ancient saint in the Falling Stars continent. However, these ancient saints did not have the opportunity to become the ruler of the Falling Stars continent because the old demon child was unbeatable. Mr. Wu could only endure it. The news that the old demon child was about to return spread. The ancestor court of the Falling Stars continent suddenly became lively. All the great demons were extremely excited. As long as the Holy Lord of the demon clan returned, all the problems would not be a problem. The invaders would die. Soon, someone spread the news of the old demon child's return to Yin Er's camp. This made the 12 bandits and the others feel uneasy. The 12 bandits and the others knew how powerful the old demon child was. We have to inform the Lord immediately. Chapter 2388. The unaging demon child's prestige in the Falling Stars continent was unparalleled. He was the true ruler of the Falling Stars continent, and the demons of the Falling Stars continent regarded him as the demon's sacred lord. The return of the demon's sacred lord greatly boosted the morale of the demons of the Falling Stars continent. On the contrary, many people in Yin Er's camp felt uneasy, especially those who had experienced the battle on the sacred island of life in the depths of the God-fallen sea. Inform the Lord immediately. The Iron Blood Taoist crushed the information transmission talisman left behind by Gu Fei. This talisman was very mysterious. As long as the words that one wanted to say were imprinted on the talisman through spiritual will, and then crushed, the talisman on Gu Fei's body would be able to receive the spiritual wave emitted by the talisman even if the talisman was far away. That guy's pretty fast. Thousands of miles away from heaven's horizon, a talisman on Gu Fei's body glowed, and a spiritual wave emitted from the talisman. Soon, Gu Fei knew what had happened. The unaging demon child was about to return to the Falling Stars continent. This was definitely not a good thing for Gu Fei, and it was even worse for Yan and the others. Fortunately, Gu Fei was prepared and sent his immortal Venerate back. Only the immortal Venerate could fight against the unaging demon child. At this time, Gu Fei no longer needed to deliberately control the three Supreme Saint weapons, because the three Supreme Saint weapons were showing signs of awakening. Roar! Dragon roars rang out, and the peerless, ominous saber actually transformed into a black dragon that was even larger than a mountain. It emitted a boundless fiendish aura, and its huge dragon claws continuously tore at the peerless, ominous devil. The mountain and river cauldron did not evolve into anything, but wisps of primordial chaos chi emerged from it. A terrifying power that could suppress the heavens erupted from the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and a large area of the void was directly shattered. The destructive power surged towards the demon. The purple gold divine sword transformed into a skinny Taoist. As though a supreme Taoist ancestor had descended, he charged towards the demonic corpse, his sword chi rampaging. The corpse demon was ferocious to the extreme. Even though it was facing the awakened extreme saint weapons, it was still fearless. It actually fought against the three extreme saint weapons. Boundless blood-colored demonic light enveloped the heavens and the earth. A rain of blood fell from the sky, and a sinister wind whistled. The evil aura caused all living beings to tremble. In the end, even heaven's horizon was destroyed. This forbidden area was completely destroyed by this battle. From then on, heaven's horizon no longer existed in the divine sea. The three extreme Daos saint weapons unleashed their power at the very last moment, almost turning the world back into chaos. The aura of extreme Daos filled the sky and earth, and all living beings on the soaring dragon ancestral star could feel the aura of the three extreme Daos. On the Tung Long continent, at the peak of the spiritual mountain in the Buddhist kingdom of the West, a melodious bell rang out. The bell contained boundless Tao intent that spread throughout the Buddhist kingdom of the West. Countless monks in the Buddhist kingdom of the West knelt devoutly in the direction of the spiritual mountain after hearing the bell, chanting the Supreme Buddha. The Buddhist bell is ringing. Is there really an extreme Daos saint weapon? An old voice rang out from the peak of the spiritual mountain. That person has returned to the soaring dragon ancestral star. In a small temple on the snowy mountain of the Buddhist kingdom of the West, a little monk wearing a white monk robe, sitting on a praying mat, suddenly opened his eyes. In front of the little monk was a purplish gold alms bowl. When the aura of extreme Daos appeared, all the experts on the soaring dragon ancestral star sensed it. Not only did some sense the aura of extreme Daos, but some also sensed the demon-suppressing aura. Is someone suppressing the demons with the extreme Daos saint weapon? In the depths of the extreme North Devil region, a middle-aged man guarding the largest devil's den in the extreme North Devil region said. In an unknown region, a sinister wind blew and ghostly aura lingered. The sky was dark, without a trace of sunlight. It was a ghost region. In a palace floating high up in the sky, a white-robed middle-aged man sitting on a throne in the middle of the hall suddenly stood up and disappeared from the hall. At this time, Gu Fei vomited blood again. He vomited 12 mouthfuls of essence blood, and only then did a portion of the sleeping artifact souls in the three extreme Daos Saint weapons awaken. The cauldron of mountain and river descended from the sky and directly suppressed Shurimo. This time, the power displayed by the cauldron of mountain and river was fundamentally different from before. Rumble. The world was shaking. The power of the cauldron of mountain and river enveloped the world, sealing all of Shurimo's escape routes. Primordial chaos chi descended from the cauldron like chaotic dragons. Without any suspense, Shurimo was once again suppressed by the cauldron of mountain and river. Swoosh! The black dragon formed by the peerless, ominous saber rushed over and directly took Shurimo's head. The purple gold divine sword flew over in an instant and stabbed Shurimo's heart, nailing the true demon's heart. Under the combined power of the three extreme Daos Saint weapons, the terrifying Shurimo that had yet to completely merge with the true demon's heart was completely suppressed. The extreme Daos Saint weapons were weapons refined by extreme Daos Supremes. They could even harm Supremes. Even the body of a chaotic true demon would be injured if it was slashed by the awakened peerless ominous saber. The three extreme saint weapons were all sentient artifacts that knew how to restrain their auras. Otherwise, if they were to fully unleash their auras, none of the living beings on the soaring dragon ancestral star would be able to withstand the divine auras of the extreme Daos. This time, it's really a huge loss. Gu Fei's complexion was incomparably pale. He had spat out 12 mouthfuls of blood essence in a row. That was blood essence, not ordinary blood. Blood essence contained a strong vitality. If it was an ordinary saint, spitting out 12 mouthfuls of blood essence wouldn't be as simple as losing their vitality. In the end, Shurimo's chaotic true demon body was shattered into thousands of pieces by the cauldron of mountain and river and scattered into the boundless sea. Gu Fei put away the three extreme Daos Saint weapons and left through the void. He quickly headed towards the falling stars continent. Just as Gu Fei left, the void above where heaven's horizon used to be suddenly shattered. A figure walked out from the shattered void. It was a middle-aged man in white. Looks like I'm a step late. The middle-aged man in white sensed the aura around him and his eyes flickered. This person was Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Heaven's horizon was too far away. Even Ghost Emperor Fengdu could not make it here in a short time. When he arrived, everything was already over. It's the power of a true demon. Someone can actually kill a true demon. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was a little surprised. One should know that a chaotic true demon was not easy to deal with. Even he might not be able to suppress it. Swoosh. Chapter 2389. It's better not to do such things. On a small island hundreds of thousands of miles away from heaven's horizon, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged under a big tree, spat out a mouthful of turbid air and stood up. In order to kill the corpse demon that had almost fused with the true demon's heart, he did not hesitate to spit out 12 mouthfuls of real blood in order to awaken the sleeping artifact souls in the three supreme artifacts. This was not something an ordinary person could do. If it were not for Gu Fei's chaotic martial body, he would have already exhausted his real blood and died. Even with the Saint King chaotic martial body, Gu Fei's Yuan Qi was still greatly damaged. He had to temporarily recuperate on this small island and restore his lost Yuan Qi. In the depths of his inner world, there were several divine springs of life, surrounded by rare spirit herbs. After several hours of recuperation, his Yuan Qi had almost recovered. However, during the time when Gu Fei was recuperating, the situation in the Falling Stars continent had changed greatly. With the return of the immortal demon child, the scattered Falling Stars continent actually united. Several super forces that had existed for countless years were willing to listen to the immortal demon child's command and send troops to fight against the invaders. On a dark and windy night, the unold demon child killed his way to the gate of the void domain alone and killed a few experts from the Purple Sun continent and the Clear Moon continent. Boom! The world shook. An ancient cauldron flew across the sky and directly knocked away the immortal demon child who was about to start a massacre. The immortal demon child was knocked thousands of feet away. He was very surprised that there was such an expert here who could force him back thousands of feet. When the immortal demon child saw Yin in white, his eyes suddenly lit up. So it's a little girl. The immortal demon child smiled. You are the immortal demon child. Seeing that the person in front of her had a childlike figure, Yin immediately thought of a person. It should be a demon, an old demon that had lived for countless years. Only the unaging demon child could take a blow from the universal medicine cauldron without any damage. As the ruler of the Falling Stars continent, the unaging demon child's strength was enough to intimidate all the experts of the Falling Stars continent. With him around, the demon race of the Falling Stars continent could become the most powerful race. Wrong. You should call me Holy Lord, the unold demon child said. Holy Master, you sure talk big, huh? Yin said expressionlessly. At this time, all the experts of the Purple Sun continent and the Vast Moon continent were alarmed. The Iron Blood Taoist brought the 12 bandits and rushed over from the distance. Buzz! A resplendent ball of fire rushed out of the Iron Blood Taoist's body and turned into a phoenix calamity. It landed in the Iron Blood Taoist's hand, and a powerful aura of a holy beast spread out. A divine item transformed from a phoenix's nirvana. When the unold demon child saw the phoenix tribulation in the Iron Blood Taoist's hands, his eyes lit up. The phoenix, also known as the immortal bird, was born with immortal divinity. The phoenix tribulation was refined from the body left behind by the phoenix's nirvana. In other words, the phoenix tribulation contained the immortal divinity of the immortal phoenix. As long as the immortal divinity was refined into one's body, one would truly be indestructible. The unaging demon child had cultivated for countless years for the sake of immortality, for the sake of true immortality. Hand over the holy item in your hand, and I can spare your life. The unold demon child looked at the Iron Blood Taoist and said, Haha, what a joke. My life is mine. I don't need you to spare it. The Iron Blood Taoist laughed as if he had heard something funny. Is that so? Then I can only kill you. The unold demon child said and pounced at the Iron Blood Taoist. A towering water elemental power surged from his body, and a huge shadow of a black tortoise appeared on his body. Water and fire were incompatible. The immortal phoenix and the black tortoise of the North Sea were natural enemies. Sensing the power of the black tortoise seal, the phoenix tribulation in the Iron Blood Taoist's hand immediately let out a vibrating sound. The 9 fire phoenix patterns on the phoenix tribulation actually awakened on their own. 9 phoenix Tao patterns rushed out from the phoenix tribulation and turned into 9 fiery phoenixes. They charged towards the unaging demon child. The 9 fire phoenixes flapped their wings, and the terrifying true phoenix fire swept out, instantly enveloping half of the world and burning the void. Boom! Just as the true phoenix fire was about to engulf the unold demon child, a huge seal appeared in the unold demon child's hand. Then, an extremely powerful black tortoise power surged out from the seal and cracked it. An endless black sea emerged around the unold demon child, and an incomparably huge black tortoise surged out from the black sea. The extremely powerful black tortoise power surged out, and the 9 fire phoenixes were immediately blown away. A large amount of true phoenix fire was extinguished by the monstrous waves of the Black Sea. This was the black tortoise true water, which could extinguish all fire in the world. Even if a divine sun fell into the Black Sea, it would be devoured by the Black Sea. The 9 fire phoenixes quickly retreated, and in the end, they formed a circle around the Iron Blood Taoist, forming an extremely powerful domain that blocked the monstrous black water. This scene was as if 9 divine suns had simultaneously appeared above the Black Sea of the extreme north, illuminating the dark sky and boiling the sea, as if the entire Black Sea was about to be evaporated. Roar! In the Black Sea, a mountain-like black tortoise floated up and down. Endless black tortoise power surged out, blocking the power of the 9 suns' burning sky. At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist was extremely shocked. The power displayed by the Phoenix Tribulation had already exceeded his imagination. The Phoenix Tribulation was not as simple as an ordinary divine artifact. At this time, Yennefer also made her move. The cauldron of myriad medicines shook, and the entire ancient cauldron rapidly changed. Soon, a monstrous black gas rushed out of the ancient cauldron, and the cauldron of myriad medicines had already become the cauldron of myriad poisons. 9 black shadows rushed out of the cauldron of myriad poisons, and then directly broke through the boundless black sea before them, killing their way into the world created by the black tortoise seal. These were the shadows of myriad poisons condensed by the cauldron of myriad poisons. The moment the 9 shadows of myriad poisons rushed into the black sea, the endless black tortoise true water was transformed into poisonous water. The power contained within the true water was constantly being corroded by the poison emitted by the shadows of myriad poisons. What? When the unold demon child sensed this change, he could not help but be shocked. This ancient cauldron could actually corrode the power of the black tortoise. This was inconceivable to him. One had to know that the black tortoise seal was an emperor artifact. Could this ancient cauldron also be an emperor artifact? At this time, the Iron Blood Taoist and Yin joined forces to fight against the unold demon child. Terrifying energy waves spread out, and even the void domain gate was affected, shaking. The armies of the Purple Sun continent and the Clear Moon continent immediately retreated into the distance. A battle of this level was no longer something the experts of the Purple Sun continent and the Clear Moon continent could interfere with. I didn't expect these invaders to be so powerful. On a distant mountain peak stood a middle-aged man. This man was the sworn brother of the unold demon child, Mr. Wu. This Mr. Wu did not seem to have any intention of helping the unold demon child. At this time, the forces of the Falling Stars continent were waiting. As long as the unold demon child defeated the 2 saints, they would immediately kill their way out and kill all the invaders in one go. You are no match for me. Surrender now, and I might consider not killing you, the unold demon child said indifferently. Although he was fighting 1 against 2, he was still at ease. The shadows of myriad poisons from the cauldron of myriad poisons could not affect him much. Buzz. The seal of the black tortoise vibrated, and the power of the black tortoise surged out, immediately dispersing the 9 shadows of the myriad poisons that had rushed into the black sea. Even the poisoned black tortoise true water was refined by the myriad poisons. The cauldron of myriad poisons was still inferior to the seal of the black tortoise. Only the phoenix tribulation in the Iron Blood Taoist's hands could contend against the seal of the black tortoise. However, the Iron Blood Taoist was only a saint, while the unold demon child was a demon venerable. The difference between the two was too great. Even if the Iron Blood Taoist had the phoenix tribulation, he would still be no match for the unold demon child. At this time, the Iron Blood Taoist felt a great pressure. His hands that were holding the phoenix tribulation were already bleeding. The power of the black tortoise was extremely powerful. The power of the black tortoise came from all directions, trapping the Iron Blood Taoist in the Black Sea, making it difficult for him to escape. Why hasn't the master returned yet? The Iron Blood Taoist clenched his teeth and held on with all his might. Divine fire danced all over his body, and 9 Tao patterns appeared indistinctly on his body. A powerful pressure spread out from his body. In the human realm, saint-level beings could not remove their own seals, but the power of saint-level tools did not have such restrictions. By using certain methods, the saint tool could unleash the great power of the saint level. This thing is mine. The unold demon child knew that there was no longer any suspense in this battle. He had already trapped his opponent in the Black Sea, and then used the power of the black tortoise to suppress the Phoenix Saint tool in his opponent's hand. However, even someone as powerful as the unold demon child could not suppress the Iron Blood Taoist and the Phoenix Tribulation in a short time. At this time, Yin kept using the cauldron of myriad poisons to attack the unold demon child seal of the black tortoise. She wanted to break through the Black Sea formed by the seal of the black tortoise and save the Iron Blood Taoist. However, all her efforts were in vain. The cauldron of myriad poisons could not break through the endless Black Sea formed by the seal of the black tortoise. This made Yin extremely shocked. The unold demon child focused on dealing with the Iron Blood Taoist. Just as the Iron Blood Taoist was about to reach his limit, a long howl rang out from the distance. An extremely powerful pressure descended upon him. Soon, a figure appeared under the night sky, and quickly rushed toward the unold demon child with a murderous aura. That's Chapter 2390. The unaging demon child unleashed its demonic might and single-handedly rendered Yin, and the Ironblood Taoist incapable of fighting back. This made both of them extremely anxious. If both of them were defeated, then the allied forces of the Xiang and Haoyue continents would be annihilated by the unaging demon child alone. The unaging demon child was an extremely powerful demon sovereign with the Xianwu seal. It could easily annihilate the allied forces of the two continents. There was no doubt about it. However, at this critical moment, a long howl came from the distance. A figure appeared in the dusky sky and quickly headed towards the battlefield. It's him. The unaging demon child was shocked to see the newcomer. It was one of Gu Fei's avatars, an immortal sovereign's Dao clone. Gu Fei's celestial venerable body of Wei had finally returned. In just an instant, Gu Fei's celestial venerable body of Wei was already close to them. Then, he waved the Emperor Divine Mace in his hand, broke through the layers of black waves, and arrived beside Ironblood Taoist. Let's go. Gu Fei's avatar grabbed the Ironblood Taoist and threw him out of the Black Sea. Damn it! The Phoenix Tribulation was about to fall into the hands of the unaging demon child. But at this moment, the cooked duck flew away. This made the unaging demon child furious and want nothing more than to tear Gu Fei's avatar apart. Your opponent is me. Gu Fei's avatar roared and charged towards the unaging demon child in the center of the Black Sea. Rumble. A huge seal floated in the Black Sea. An incomparably huge Xianwu vaguely appeared in the sea, emitting a mighty Xianwu's power. This was the power of an ultimate emperor that could ignore the power of heaven's wrath. The Xianwu seal was an ultimate emperor artifact, so it naturally did not fear the power of heaven's wrath. However, this did not mean that the unaging demon child could ignore it as well. A faint rumble of thunder came from the depths of the sky. This alerted the unaging demon child, and he carefully controlled the Xianwu seal. Seeing that Gu Fei's celestial venerable Dao body had arrived, the unold demon child let out a furious roar. 9 pillars of water shot out from the surging Black Sea around him. The 9 pillars of water transformed into the shape of dragons, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged towards the immortal Exalt. Break for me. Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body waved the human emperor's divine mace in his hand and directly smashed a water dragon that was charging at him, turning it into a cloud of mist. Bang, 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 bang. The celestial prime's Taoist body wielded the human emperor divine truncheon one after another, and the remaining 8 dragons were smashed into mist by the truncheon, dissipating in the void. 9 ultimate emperor Dao patterns appeared on the divine truncheon. When the truncheon struck down, even the void would be torn open. Even the primal chaos aura would be blasted out. The unaging demon child wanted to retreat. After all, Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body had already appeared. If that little fellow, Gu Fei, were to hide in the side and suddenly attack him, it would be no laughing matter. The unaging demon child immediately took action. He directly controlled the Xianwu seal and broke through the void. He then stepped in and disappeared into the void. You want to leave? Seeing that the unaging demon child was about to escape, Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body immediately acted, wanting to stop the unaging demon child. However, by the time Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body swung the human emperor divine truncheon and smashed down, the unaging demon child had already disappeared without a trace. Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body did not give chase. At the same time, in the sky above the ancestral grounds of the falling stars continent, a part of the void suddenly collapsed, and a black hole appeared high up in the sky. This sudden scene shocked all the great demons in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. They thought that a great enemy had come to kill their way here. However, when a monstrous demonic aura rushed out of the black hole, the great demons in the ancestral grounds heaved a sigh of relief. Countless great demons soared into the sky to welcome the figure that was coming out of the black hole. The unaging demon child had returned. Just as the unaging demon child returned to the ancestral grounds, Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body met with Yin, and the others. Then, Yen and the others learned what had happened in Heaven's horizon. That old thing, the unaging demon child, is really despicable. Yen and the others couldn't help but be furious after knowing what had happened. The unaging demon child had escaped by himself, leaving Gu Fei to deal with the fiendish demon alone. Near the Void Domain Gate, in a temporary tent, the 12 great bandits and the others were ready to attack the ancestral grounds of the demon race. What are we waiting for? With our current strength, we can definitely take down the ancestral grounds of the demon race and unify the entire Falling Stars continent. One of the bandits said excitedly. As long as the Falling Stars continent was unified, the 3 continents in the Divine Fallen Sea would be Gu Fei's world. At that time, they could once again return to the Tonglong continent as experts. When the time came, he would settle the scores and take revenge. I think we should wait for the Lord to return first. Among the 12 great bandits, the resourceful Zhuge Liang said, I think so too. Once the Lord returns, our chances of winning will be greater. The Iron-Blood Taoist nodded. At this time, our strength is on par with the Falling Stars continent's demon race. Once we have a decisive battle, both sides will suffer heavy casualties. Yen said after a moment of thought. The previous battle had proven everything. Although Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body could contend against the unaging demon child, it might not be able to defeat the unaging demon child. The safest way was to wait for Gu Fei's return. Meanwhile, Gu Fei was rushing towards the Falling Stars continent. This is, when Gu Fei flew over a large island, he suddenly sensed an extremely obscure aura on the island. If he hadn't paid attention, he wouldn't have sensed it at all. Without thinking too much, Gu Fei directly landed on the island. Under the moonlight, the island was very quiet. The island was lush and full of vitality, but no roars of wild beasts could be heard. Not even the chirping of insects could be heard. This was very unusual. One should know that the area of this large island wasn't small, but there wasn't even a single animal to be seen. Gu Fei carefully searched the island. He found many ruins in the central region of the large island. They were the ruins of an ancient city. The ancient city had long since disappeared, leaving only countless broken bricks and tiles on the ground. Strangely, the place where the ancient city was located was barren. There's something in the ground. Gu Fei sensed an extremely weak fluctuation of life in the ancient city ruins. The fluctuation of life was intermittent, as if it could disappear at any time. Bang! Gu Fei directly slapped down with his palm. The ground below immediately collapsed, revealing a large pit. In the pit, there was a person sitting cross-legged. What? Gu Fei was shocked. It was a skinny old man. His clothes were tattered, and his hair was unkempt. He seemed to have been buried in the ground for God knows how long. The person who was sealed under the ancient city. Gu Fei muttered to himself. This scene really shocked Gu Fei. This ancient city that had existed for God knows how many years and had now become a ruin actually had a person sealed under it. One could imagine that this person was definitely an ancient person from the ancient times. Just as Gu Fei was deep in thought, the life aura of the old man sitting in the big pit had completely quietened down. The old man was actually dead. Gu Fei then flew down from the sky and arrived in front of the old man. The formation that had sealed the old man had long since disappeared. However, this old man had endured until now, and his vitality had completely disappeared. In the end, he still died. In front of the old man, there was a stone tablet. There were a few words on the stone tablet. Those words were primordial divine inscriptions. In the current era, there weren't many people who understood primordial divine inscriptions. Moreover, the spirituality of the words on the primordial divine inscriptions had long disappeared. The essence, qi, and spirit attached to the words had also dissipated. Gu Fei didn't know what was written on it. Maybe it's the name of this old man. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The things on the old man's body had all decayed. However, Gu Fei still saw something in the old man's right hand. It was a piece of black, godly metal, but there were specks of light on it that resembled the stars in the sky. Gu Fei took the piece of godly metal from the old man's hand. He was very shocked. He didn't think that he would actually obtain a piece of 9 heavens star metal on this island. At this moment, Gu Fei could already confirm that the faint aura he sensed when he was flying through the sky was actually emitted from the Nine Heavens star metal. The Nine Heavens star metal was an indestructible divine material in this world. Even if someone killed the old man, why didn't they take away this piece of godly metal? This caused Gu Fei to feel extremely puzzled. Using the Nine Heavens star metal as a jade slip, very quickly, Gu Fei sensed an extremely faint fluctuation of divine sense from the piece of Nine Heavens star metal. It seemed like someone had used the Nine Heavens star metal to imprint some important information. The Nine Heavens star metal was an indestructible divine metal. It was an item used by paragons. This palm-sized piece of Nine Heavens star metal was enough to cause everyone to break their heads trying to obtain it. Gu Fei read the information imprinted on the piece of Nine Heavens star metal. He was incomparably shocked. There was actually an ancient secret recorded on this piece of godly metal. At this moment, Gu Fei already knew the origin of the old man under the ruins of the ancient city. This was a powerful existence that had almost become a paragon in the distant past. Only such an existence was qualified to know the secrets of this world. If that matter was true, then he had to start making preparations, because a great chaos that would affect the 3 realms and 6 paths would appear. When the true demon appears, the paragon appears, the heaven and earth will be destroyed. What did these 9 words mean? Gu Fei was deep in thought, but he had no clue. He knew about the true demon and the paragon. They were the strongest existences in this world. Could it be that when the paragon returned, this world would be destroyed? Chapter 2391. Since ancient times, it was unknown just how many talented people had appeared. These people all had the ambition of being a supreme being. They cultivated their entire lives for the sake of becoming an invincible supreme being in the heavens and earth. However, in the entire history of cultivation in the 3 realms and 6 daos, there were only a few supreme. It was simply too difficult to become a supreme. In order to become a supreme, the predecessors had tried all sorts of methods and tried out countless techniques. However, no one had succeeded. On a large island, Gu Fei found an old man at the end of his life under the ruins of an ancient city. This old man was definitely someone from the ancient era. The old man wanted to use an extreme method to become a supreme, but he failed in the end. His soul dissipated, leaving behind only an empty shell. This method shocked Gu Fei. This old man refined himself to death and did not undergo nirvana to become a supreme. He wanted to refine the ancestral vein of the earth into his body and steal the great fortune of the world. This is simply courting death. Gu Fei obtained a spiritual imprint left behind by the old man in a piece of 9 heaven star iron. After learning about the cause and effect, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. If this method was successful, perhaps one could really become a supreme through a different method. However, Gu Fei would not easily try this method. One must know that the ancestral vein of the earth was not so easy to refine. It was a transcendent existence that was naturally formed by the world. To a certain extent, the ancestral vein of the earth was the source of life in the world. It contained the endless laws of the world and was the supreme existence of the world. Even someone as strong as a saint would not dare to covet the ancestral vein of the earth. In order to verify it, Gu Fei sent out another palm strike. When the palm strike landed, a large, pitch-black hole appeared in the pit where the old man was. An eerie wind whistled out from the hole. As expected, this ancient city was built on top of an ancestral point where the essence of the ancestral vein of the earth was condensed. This ancestral point was not simple as it was directly connected to the ancestral vein of the earth. However, the ancestral vein of the earth did not emit spiritual energy, but a type of death energy. The entire ancestral vein had been destroyed and the ancestral energy had turned into death energy. What a pity! The earth ancestor vein was not something that could be encountered at any time. It could only be encountered by chance and could not be sought. Under a large island in the fallen god sea, there was an ancestral vein that passed through. The ancestral vein's spiritual energy also had a treasure cave that was connected to the surface. Back then, when the ancient city was being built, someone saw through the truth of the island. As a result, the ancient city was built on top of the precious cave to suppress it. No wonder there were no other creatures on this island. The spirit Qi in the ancestral Earth Meridian had already turned into death Qi. The reason why the island was still full of vitality was just a sign of the final radiance of the setting sun. It wouldn't be long before this island became lifeless. Gu Fei didn't enter the Earth vein because this Earth ancestral vein had long been destroyed. This person should have almost succeeded. Unfortunately, it seemed that in the end, all his efforts were in vain. In the end, he ended up in a tragic state where his soul was dispersed. Perhaps this was the fate of cultivators. Since ancient times, those who pursued immortality and invincibility never had a good ending. The discovery on the island was just a small interlude for Gu Fei. He wouldn't use this method to become a supremacy. This method of seizing the great fortune of heaven and earth might work, but to destroy an entire region was too cruel. If the Earth ancestor vein was seized, an incomparably vast region would lose its vitality. Countless living beings would die. This was no different from the demonic path. However, this method seemed to be good for training soldiers. Countless soldiers would enter the Earth ancestor vein and draw the spirit Qi of the Earth ancestor vein day and night to temper their bodies. Even if they couldn't cultivate an invincible body, they would still be able to train a powerful immortal soldier that could sweep through the 3 realms and 6 das. However, now wasn't the time. Only after conquering the Starfall continent would Gu Fei start to train an immortal soldier that could sweep through the 3 realms and fight for him. Gu Fei left the island and continued on his way to the Falling Stars continent. He wasn't in a hurry because there was still no bad news. In other words, even though the unaging demon child had returned to the Starfall continent, Yin and the others could still handle it. If the old tortoise, Gu Zhong, and He Tian were here, then conquering the Starfall continent would be as easy as flipping one's hand. However, now that they weren't here, Gu Fei felt his hands and feet were tied. In the spiritual imprint left behind by the old man, there was another place mentioned. It was an ominous place that had once nurtured the demon ancestor. It was the 3rd ominous place in the God-fallen sea. The 3 ominous places of the God-fallen sea all had a great origin and were all related to the true demon ancestor. The sacred island of life had become a thing of the past, and so had the celestial horizon. Currently, there was only one ominous place in the God-fallen sea, the setting sun demon cave. It was a demonic place that had once nurtured the demon ancestor, but it was also a land of death. Any living creature that approached the setting sun demon cave would be demonized by the demonic nature emitted by the cave, eventually turning into a sinister and terrifying demonic creature that guarded the cave. In other words, over the countless years, countless living creatures had been demonized. It was unknown how many powerful demonic creatures had gathered in the setting sun demon cave. The old man thought of obtaining an item from the depths of the cave. If he could obtain that item, he would have a 50% chance of breaking through the shackles of cultivation and soar into the sky, becoming an invincible sovereign. Unfortunately, even the powerful quasi-supreme old man couldn't enter the depths of the demon cave and obtain that item. Since I'm done with the matters in the Starfall continent, I'll go meet the demonic creatures in the demon cave, Gu Fei thought to himself. His figure flitted across the surface of the sea at high speed. Ordinary living creatures couldn't even see his shadow. His speed was extremely fast. 12 hours later, Gu Fei began to approach the Starfall continent. When he saw the great continent, it was already noon. The sun was hanging high in the sky, sprinkling down scorching rays of sunlight. From time to time, strong light would reflect off the surface of the sea, causing Gu Fei to be unable to open his eyes. At this time, the atmosphere in the Starfall continent was incomparably tense. The 2 super factions were in a standoff, and neither side could break the balance between the 2 sides. Because everyone knew that once the balance was broken, it would signify the start of a decisive battle. Right now, neither side was prepared for a decisive battle. The unaging demon child even sent an envoy, wanting to use countless treasures and divine items as the price to make Yin retreat. However, this was only the wishful thinking of the unaging demon child. Yin and the others wouldn't retreat. Unifying all the powers in the God-fallen sea was something that must be done. No one had done such a thing before, but Gu Fei wanted to give it a try. However, no one was optimistic about Gu Fei, because even in ancient times, no one could unify the God-fallen sea. In the end, the world was still divided into three. Chapter 2392. Gu Fei's return greatly boosted the morale of Gu Fei's faction. It's time. Gu Fei stood on a tall mountain, gazing in the direction of the demon race's ancestral grounds. A cool breeze blew past, and his long hair danced in the wind. He had an urge to shout. Soon, this great continent would be his. He would use the three overseas continents as a foundation to play a big game with the ancient primordial powers, using the world as a chessboard, conquering the 3 realms and 6 das. At the thought of this, Gu Fei's battle blood boiled. That night, Gu Fei summoned everyone to the main tent for a discussion. At this time, in the ancestral grounds of the demon race, the unold demon child's expression was not very good. He had already received news that Gu Fei had returned. Could this person really be my nemesis? The unold demon child sat on the throne in the main hall. On both sides of the hall sat the experts of the other ancient races of the Starfall continent. No one was willing to be someone else's slave. Gu Fei had gathered the forces of 2 great continents to attack the Starfall continent. Clearly, he wanted to conquer the entire Starfall continent. At this critical juncture, all the major forces of the Starfall continent gathered around the unaging demon child. They were bound by a common hatred and fought against the invaders together. Holy Lord, you have to make a decision. In the main hall, a tall and burly man with purple hair said loudly. This man wore purple battle armor and was shrouded in purple aura. He cultivated an orthodox immortal Tao technique. Violet immortal chi seeped out of his body, making him look extremely powerful. Tyrant Emperor of the Purple Yuan Immortal Sect, calm down. A white-haired old man sitting next to the burly man said. Green scales could be seen on this old man's face. He was not a human, but an outsider. The burly man was a Tyrant Immortal from the Purple Yuan Immortal Sect. He was called the Purple Yuan Tyrant Emperor by the other experts of the Starfall continent. His cultivation base was extremely powerful. They're already at your doorstep. It's rare for you to be so calm. The Purple Yuan Tyrant Emperor glanced at the old man and said disdainfully, That man called Gu Fei is back. It's very likely that they will attack us soon. I think we should discuss how to deal with them. Mr. Wu said, What's there to discuss? In my opinion, we should just kill them. Purple Origin Tyrant Emperor said loudly. On the throne, the unold demon child could not help but frown after hearing the words of the Purple Origin Tyrant Emperor. He was very suspicious about how this uncouth man managed to cultivate to the great circle of quasi-sage realm. Once the war starts, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. This is not something we want to see. Someone said something like that. What should we do? Do we have to surrender to those people? Purple Origin Overlord stared at the person who spoke and said coldly, That's not what I meant. The man quickly explained, Then what do you mean, you cowardly fellow? Purple Origin Tyrant Emperor said with a look of disdain, What did you say? I dare you to say it again. When that person heard this, he couldn't help but become furious. He abruptly stood up from his seat and his eyes emitted a chilling light. His body emitted a faint killing intent. What? I'm afraid you have teeth. Purple Origin Tyrant Emperor also stood up from his seat, looking like he was about to make a move at the slightest disagreement. All right, all of you shut up. Seeing this scene, the unold demon child couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. The other party had yet to fight, and he was already in a mess. Seeing that the unold demon child had spoken, Purple Origin Tyrant Emperor, and that person didn't dare to say anything else. They snorted coldly and sat down. It seems like this battle is unavoidable. The unold demon child pondered for a long time before saying these words. It's going to be a battle. When everyone in the hall heard this, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Some of them were excited, some of them looked worried, and some of them were silent. No one knew what they were thinking about. When the war started, it was unknown how many people would die. It was also unknown how many people would survive. When the unold demon child's camp started to prepare for the final battle, Gu Fei's side also started to move at the same time. In front of the two void gates, the soldiers of the Ziyang continent and the vast moon continent were gathering. Groups of soldiers gathered from all directions and formed into square formations. A murderous aura filled the air under the moonlight. Yen and the Iron Blood Taoist led the 100,000 soldiers of the Ziyang continent together, while Gu Fei led the 100,000 soldiers of the vast moon continent by himself. For a moment, the roars of wild beasts resounded in the sky in front of the void gate, but the voices of humans were hard to hear. The 5,000 soldiers under Gu Fei's direct command also joined the camp of the vast moon continent. These 5,000 soldiers were led by Zhuge Liang, one of the 12 great bandits. Every soldier exuded an incomparably powerful battle intent and murderous aura. This was a troop of soldiers that Gu Fei had personally trained. Each soldier had the combat strength of an immortal emperor, and each soldier's battle physique was incomparably strong. An immortal emperor divine weapon wouldn't be able to hurt them at all. The physical bodies of these 5,000 soldiers of Gu Fei had reached the level where they could contend with the divine weapons of the Almighty. Just this troop of soldiers alone had already surpassed the tens of thousands of soldiers of the meteorite-falling continent. In the early morning, Gu Fei's camp had already prepared everything. Then, under the leadership of Gu Fei and Yen the soldiers of the Ziyang continent and the vast moon continent began to press towards the ancestral land of the demon race. The powerful murderous aura caused the sky to change color. The sky was densely packed with people, covering half of the sky. This decisive battle came very quickly. Gu Fei didn't want to waste any time. After he had unified the three continents, he still had to explore the setting sun devil cave where the devil ancestor was born. To Gu Fei, the setting sun devil cave was a hidden danger. Only by getting rid of this hidden danger would he be able to return to the Tonglong continent without any worries. He didn't want to be attacked from behind by those devils. This time, Gu Fei directly sent out the Tao body of the immortal Venerable and the indestructible combat physique. The Tao body of the immortal Venerable held the human emperor divine weapon, while the indestructible combat physique held the violet gold divine sword. When Gu Fei led the army to the sky above the mountain that was 10,000 li away from the ancestral land of the demon race, an extremely powerful wave of demon qi came from the opposite side. A gigantic figure stood in front of them, blocking the path of the army. The peerlessly powerful demonic qi was emitted from that figure. When Gu Fei saw the figure, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. He then waved his hand, ordering the army behind him to stop. He discovered that the huge demon body in front of him wasn't a real body of flesh and blood. It was a Tao body that emitted an indescribable Tao qi. Gu Fei, come and fight me if you have the guts. Chapter 2393. Early in the morning, Gu Fei gathered all the soldiers from the Purple Sun continent and the Clear Moon continent, heading towards the demon clan's ancestral grounds. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers gathered together to form a shocking killing intent that caused even the heavens and earth to pale in comparison. Countless soldiers soared through the air, and everywhere they passed by, the living beings below would all be horrified. Even the most ferocious of the savage beasts didn't dare to roar at this moment. When Gu Fei and Yen led the army towards the ancestral grounds of the falling star continent, an incomparably gigantic demon silhouette appeared before them. That silhouette was merely a phantom. It wasn't a true supreme greater demon. And the object that manifested this demon silhouette was actually an ancient battle platform. On the platform, a tiny figure could be seen standing there. This person was none other than the unold demon child. Gu Fei, if you have the guts, come on in and fight me. If I lose, I will acknowledge you as my lord and do whatever you want. But if you lose, you will have to leave immediately, never to take a step into the falling star continent ever again. The unold demon child stood on the platform as he spoke in a loud voice. At this moment, a few thousand miles away from the platform, the experts from the various races of the falling star continent were all gathered here. Those who supported war were all stirring, while those who supported peace were all extremely calm. Do you want to determine victory or defeat with a single battle? Gu Fei stared at the ancient battle platform floating in the air. Primal Chaos Tao inscriptions flashed in his eyes as he activated his heavenly eye, carefully observing the battle platform, only to see that the entire battle platform was filled with traces of sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. There were also black-colored bloodstains all over the platform. These were the bloodstains left behind by the life and death battles fought on the platform. Even after countless years, the bloodstains could still be seen clearly. The entire battle platform radiated an aura of boundless ancientness. Under Gu Fei's heavenly eye, he could see that this was a battle platform that was inscribed with countless runes. Gu Fei also had a very deep level of attainment in the Tao of formations. Although he wasn't like Erebus, he could tell that the ancient formation formed by the countless runes within the platform wasn't a heaven-shaking killing formation. Perhaps this was an ancient arena built by the ancient demon race. Gu Fei, if you don't dare to come up and fight me, I'd like to see you go back to where you came from. Get the hell out of the falling star continent. Just when Gu Fei was observing the platform with his heavenly eye, the voice of the unold demon child rang out once more. Master, don't be fooled by this guy. At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist came over. In his opinion, the unaging demon child had an absolute advantage in a battle with Gu Fei. One must know that the unaging demon child was a demon sovereign, while Gu Fei was only a saint ruler. Between a demon venerable and a sage king, it was easy to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. It's fine. Gu Fei stared at the silhouette on the platform as he spoke. Master, even the intelligent Zhuge Liang couldn't help but to speak. Those with discerning eyes could tell with a single glance that the unaging demon child was inviting Gu Fei to fight on the platform. Things definitely wouldn't be so simple. If I can't even subdue this fellow, what qualifications do I have to conquer the world? Gu Fei's eyes were incomparably resolute. In the mortal realm, the power of heaven's wrath still existed. The unaging demon child wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. However, he couldn't be unprepared. Swish. With a thought, Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body and undying battle physique flew over, transforming into a beam of divine light that entered his body. On the platform, the unaging demon child's heart involuntarily pounded when he saw this scene. He had a bad premonition. I will fight against you and make you admit defeat wholeheartedly. Gu Fei soared up the platform and stood in front of the unaging demon child as he calmly stared at the Saint Lord of the demonic races who had the body of a child. Gutsy enough. The unaging demon child couldn't help but to be impressed when he saw that Gu Fei actually accepted the challenge. Holy Maiden, why didn't you stop Master? At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist couldn't help but grow anxious. He hurriedly came to the side of Yin as he asked, do you think that your master would do something he has no confidence in? Yin glanced at the Iron Blood Taoist as she spoke. The Iron Blood Taoist didn't know what to say when he heard this. At this moment, the platform suddenly trembled as a supreme aura gushed forth, as though wanting to split the heavens and earth apart. What? On the platform, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel shocked when he sensed the changes in his surroundings. The Tao inscriptions within the platform weren't simple, they could actually isolate the heavens and earth. An ancient battle platform that can resist the power of heaven's wrath. Gu Fei's eyes flickered with sharpness. We can fight with no worries now. The unaging demon child stared at Gu Fei as his battle intent surged. With a flip of his right hand, a gigantic imprint appeared in his hand. On the surface of the imprint, the silhouette of a Xuanwu could be seen. Gu Fei coldly snorted. With a flip of his right hand, the human Emperor Divine Truncheon appeared. At the same time, his immortal sovereign Tao body fused together with his body. A powerful surge of immortal energy gushed forth from Gu Fei. If he wanted to fight against the unaging demon child, he could only borrow the power of his immortal sovereign Tao body. Not only that, the fusion of his martial physique and the immortal sovereign Tao body allowed Gu Fei to possess the supreme combat prowess of an immortal sovereign. The auras of the two of them soared up. The powerful energy fluctuations caused ripples that could be seen by the naked eye to appear in the space around them. On Gu Fei's body, the primordial Tao inscriptions and immortal Tao inscriptions interweaved. The two types of energy coexisted as 18 primordial Tao inscriptions transformed into 18 beams of divine light that revolved around him. Seems like I've underestimated you. The unaging demon child couldn't help but feel his heart pounding when he saw this scene. This human before him was truly incredible. To think that he actually managed to cultivate such an innate technique. The energy of both the immortal Tao and martial Tao simultaneously appeared on the body of a single person. Such a situation was extremely rare even from ancient times until now. In addition, there was no one who could fuse these two types of energy together so perfectly. I didn't underestimate you. Gu Fei spoke. He was extremely calm. This ancient formation platform had a very high possibility that it was the work of a paragon of the demon race. If not, it wouldn't be able to contend against the might of heaven's wrath. Over here, everyone could fight to their heart's content without any reservations. At this moment, the gigantic body of the unaging demon child stood in the air. The sound of thunder rang out as the might of heaven's wrath descended. However, the might of heaven's wrath that was sufficient to annihilate all life forms below the paragon demon child had no way to reach the platform. Everything was blocked by the gigantic body of the unaging demon child. Rumble. When the auras of Gu Fei and the unaging demon child rose to the peak, the Tao inscriptions on the platform all awakened as a supreme energy sealed the entire platform. Right now, even if the human emperor was here, he wouldn't be able to ascend the platform. Kill. Kill. Chapter 2394. The unold demon child challenged Gu Fei and Gu Fei accepted the challenge. The two of them ascended the battle platform and began their decisive battle. This battle would determine the fate of the entire Falling Star continent. If Gu Fei was defeated, the calamity of the Falling Star continent would vanish like smoke. Gu Fei's goal of unifying the three continents would also fail. To Gu Fei, this was an extremely important matter. Only by unifying the three continents would he have no worries, and would he be able to participate in the contest of power in the Tonglong continent. The ancient forces were incomparably powerful. No one knew what kind of resources these inheritances that had been passed down for countless years had. If one wanted to contend against these ancient powers, it was impossible if they didn't have a powerful force in their hands. Since they wanted to play, they might as well play it big. Die. Gu Fei didn't hold back. He went all out, using his immortal energy to activate the human emperor divine truncheon in his hands. The truncheon seemed to have a life of its own, instantly radiating a resplendent golden light as it transformed into a golden dragon that radiated a supreme emperor might as it lunged towards the unold demon child. Rumble. The entire ancient battle platform trembled violently. The supreme might of the ultimate emperor realm directly shook the entire ancient battle platform, causing all the supreme Tao inscriptions on the platform to awaken. Boom! The gigantic demon that appeared on the platform radiated an incomparably powerful aura. It was as though a supreme paragon of the demon race was about to appear in this world. At this instant, everyone felt a sense of fear that originated from the depths of their souls. Other than Yen the Ironblood Taoist and the other saint-level existences, all the other living beings knelt down, trembling as they kowtowed to the gigantic demon, as though they were worshipping a supreme demon sovereign. Come at me. The unold demon child roared, directly taking out the Xuanwu imprint in his hands. A boundless black sea appeared around him as an incomparably gigantic Xuanwu rushed out from the Black Sea. Boom! The black tortoise and the golden dragon collided with each other in an instant. Ultimate emperor power burst forth, forming a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. One by one, the ultimate emperor Tao patterns dissipated into the air. The golden dragon dissipated and turned into specks of golden light that entered the human emperor divine mace. As for the black tortoise that had rushed out of the Black Sea, it fell into the Black Sea. Human and weapon as one. Gu Fei let out a growl. He actually used the battle skill that he had not used for a long time. The Emperor Divine Mace immediately turned into a streak of golden light and entered Gu Fei's body. Roar. Gu Fei tilted his head back and roared. His hair danced in the wind as his entire body turned golden, as if he had been forged from immortal gold. A wave of ultimate Emperor Realm energy began to radiate from Gu Fei's body. Seeing this, the unold demon child could not help but be shocked. His opponent had actually mastered such a magic. It was truly shocking. This was no ordinary weapon of fusion. At this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have transformed into a Run Huang divine weapon in human form. His entire body possessed some of the Run Huang divine weapon's characteristics and magic. Swoosh! Gu Fei's entire body broke through the northern underworld sea that had been conjured by the Xuanwu imprint around the unold demon child and charged towards the unold demon child. Very well, I will use the Xuanwu imprint to completely suppress you. The unold demon child roared and activated the Xuanwu imprint with all his might. The black sea around him immediately surged with monstrous waves, and the power of the Xuanwu surged violently. The mountainous black tortoise once again rushed out of the Black Sea and pressed down on Gu Fei's head. Ultimate Emperor power poured down from the black tortoise. 9 Ultimate Emperor Dao patterns appeared on the black tortoise, sealing the sky and cutting off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei did not dodge. Instead, he punched upwards, and a powerful Ultimate Emperor power exploded from his fist, colliding with the black tortoise that was pressing down on him. Boom! The entire Xuanwu imprint shook from Gu Fei's punch. The endless black sea was dissipating, and the power of the black tortoise was unable to suppress Gu Fei, who had already merged with the Run Huang divine weapon. You want to suppress me? It's not that easy. Gu Fei was unstoppable. He rushed into the sky and punched again, smashing hard on the Xuanwu imprint. The powerful Ultimate Emperor power almost knocked the Xuanwu imprint away. After shaking off the Xuanwu imprint, Gu Fei went straight for the unold demon child. In a flash, he appeared in front of the unold demon child, and then reached out towards the unold demon child. The Ultimate Emperor Dao patterns appeared in his palm, turning into a destructive power that was going to obliterate the unold demon child. However, the unold demon child's figure disappeared in the void. It was just a shadow, which surprised Gu Fei. He did not expect the unold demon child to have such a magical power. In the next moment, the unold demon child's figure appeared under the Xuanwu imprint. The power of the black tortoise poured down and entered the unold demon child's body. The unold demon child reached out, and the Xuanwu imprint quickly shrank and fell into his hand. The black sea reappeared, and a black tortoise appeared under his feet. He stood on the black tortoise and held the Xuanwu imprint in his hand. At this moment, the unold demon child was like a supreme demon descending to the world. Even the black tortoise had to bow its head. Do you really think you are the Saint Lord of the demon race? Gu Fei was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked coldly at the unold demon child and said such words. In this human realm, if I am not qualified to be the Saint Lord of the demon race, then who is? The unold demon child said confidently. He was a demon venerable. He was already an overlord in the ancient times. In the current human realm, there might not be a second demon venerable. Haha, what a joke. Even the Tai Huang's son doesn't dare to call himself the Saint Lord of the demon race. Who do you think you are? Gu Fei said disdainfully. The old tortoise only dominated the heaven realm and became the Lord of the demon race in the heaven realm, but he never used the title of Saint Lord of the demon race. Saint Lord, the Lord of the demon race. In this world, perhaps only the Tai Huang was qualified to be the Saint Lord. Who was the Tai Huang's son? Who was it that actually survived that turmoil? The unold demon child was shocked after hearing this. According to what he knew, the Tai Huang's 9 sons had already died in the turmoil that engulfed the 3 realms and 6 Dao. How could anyone survive until now? The unold demon child was overseas, so he did not know about the old tortoise. There's no point in talking more. If you lose, I will tell you. Gu Fei didn't want to waste any more words. He continued to attack. Boundless golden light surged from his body. Amidst the golden light, he turned into a golden dragon, breaking through the layers of black waves. A pair of golden dragon claws slashed towards the unaging demon child. Black tortoise transformation. Chapter 2395. You aren't the only one who knows how to control a divine weapon. The unaging demon child roared. He had actually refined the black tortoise seal into his body as well, and a wave of ultimate Emperor realm power, so powerful that even the heavens themselves trembled, surged forth from his body. Bzz. The space trembled. In the next instant, the unold demon child actually transformed into an incomparably gigantic Xuanwu and directly lunged towards the golden dragon Gu Fei had transformed into. Boom! The two divine beasts clashed together as a great battle ensued. In the air, at this moment, only saint-level existences could see what was happening on the platform. The other living beings were all kneeling on the ground, their bodies trembling, not daring to stand up. This is Yenner and the Iron-Blood Taoist were incomparably shocked. This was like the reappearance of two primordial divine beasts. That tyrannical emperor energy gushed forth, and if it wasn't for the fact that the ancient battle platform was able to dissipate a vast majority of the energy, the entire falling star continent would be affected by the aftershocks. A battle of this level basically couldn't occur in the human world. The power of an ultimate emperor was comparable to that of a paragon. Once such power erupted forth, even an ancestral planet would be destroyed. This was sufficient to show how extraordinary this ancient battle platform was. It was definitely created by a paragon of the demon race. In ancient times, a paragon of the demon race personally constructed this battle platform. What's going on? Another supreme Tao energy has appeared. While Gu Fei and the unaging demon child were fighting, on a small island in the depths of the God-fallen sea, a white-robed middle-aged man sitting on a large rock suddenly opened his eyes and stood up as if he had sensed something. This middle-aged man was none other than the Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Nobody knew how powerful this Ghost Emperor was exactly, because nobody could make him use his full strength. Even the Fire Devil ancestor from the northern lands of the Tanglong continent couldn't do so. Back then, Ghost Emperor Fengdu used his own strength to suppress the Supreme Tao ancestor's sky-reaching platform and took it away with a great divine ability. The Ghost Emperor Fengdu, who controlled the heaven-connecting platform, was the only supreme character who could open a path between the mortal world and the heavenly realm. At this time, Ghost Emperor Fengdu's face revealed a trace of confusion. This time, the power of the extreme Tao was different from the last time. This time, it seemed to be the power of the demon race's sovereign. Without hesitation, Ghost Emperor Fengdu disappeared from the boulder. Who do you think will win? In the Starfall Continent's camp, a few powerful sage-level beings were whispering. They naturally hoped that the immortal demon child would emerge victorious. If that happened, the Starfall Continent's crisis would be resolved. However, if Gu Fei won, then everything would be over. They would become Gu Fei's slaves, and it would be difficult for them to rise again in the future. This was an iron law in the cultivation world. The strong were high and mighty, while the weak could only be the vassals of the strong. Even their life and death were controlled by the strong. Boom! Bang! The battle continued. The entire battle platform was trembling. On the platform, it felt like there were two supreme emperor-level divine beasts fighting against each other, wanting to tear a hole through the heavens and earth. Roar! The golden dragon Gu Fei transformed into howled in rage. With a swipe of its tail, the black tortoise of the immortal demon child was flung through the air, slamming heavily into a stone pillar at the side of the platform. Demonic inscriptions could be seen on the stone pillar, dissipating the force of the impact, not causing any damage to the stone pillar. One couldn't help but say that this battle platform was truly extremely sturdy. Even the power of an emperor would find it hard to break it. This was a paragon-level ancient battle platform. Boom! The black tortoise of the immortal demon child instantly retaliated, directly slamming into the golden dragon of Gu Fei, sending it flying through the air. The defensive power of the black tortoise was famous in ancient times. The Supreme Emperor Divine Beast, the black tortoise, didn't only have one Supreme Emperor Divine weapon. It had another. The black tortoise imprint was an offensive divine weapon, while the black tortoise armor was a defensive divine weapon. However, the black tortoise armor wasn't in the hands of the immortal demon child. The two divine weapons of the black tortoise had been lost for countless years. It was already a miracle that the immortal demon child could obtain the black tortoise imprint. As for the whereabouts of the black tortoise armor, nobody knew. Kill. The golden dragon that Gu Fei transformed into rushed back. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden divine fire that burned towards the black tortoise. The golden divine fire incinerated the entire space around it. Within the golden divine fire, there were traces of Emperor Dao inscriptions. This was a type of Dao fire that was terrifying to the extreme. Even if it was a saint or even a saint venerable, as long as they were burned by this divine fire, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Rumble. The space trembled. The body of the black tortoise flickered as a black sea manifested around it. After that, the black waves gushed out in all directions. The energy of water and fire clashed against each other. Although it was said that water could counter fire, at this moment, even the black tortoise true water concocted by the black tortoise couldn't extinguish the golden divine fire in a short period of time. The two powerful ultimate emperor energies dissipated at the same time. The two experts were still evenly matched at this point in the battle. How am I supposed to defeat this guy? It seemed like he had to use his trump card. With a thought, the golden dragon that Gu Fei had transformed into disappeared. He transformed back into his human form and used the 3 heads and 6 arms technique that he had obtained from the great desolate divine ape. Each of his 6 arms held a divine weapon. The human emperor divine mace, the 9 heaven stars sword, the violet gold divine sword, the mountain and river cauldron, the peerless ominous saber, and the saint-level metal element cauldron that he had obtained from the servant of the supremacy of South Heaven. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sight. Those were 6 sacred weapons that were above the saint level, especially the violet gold divine sword, the mountain and river cauldron, and the peerless ominous saber. The auras emitted from the 3 supreme sacred weapons were terrifying. Although they seemed ordinary, they were the most dangerous of the 3 sacred weapons. What? The unaging demon child who had transformed into the black tortoise was stunned when he saw the sacred weapons that Gu Fei had revealed. He then transformed back into his human form and revealed his true form. The unaging demon child was truly shocked by the sacred weapons that Gu Fei had revealed. Continue. Gu Fei had no intention of stopping. He swung the 6 sacred weapons at the unaging demon child. There was no suspense. Under Gu Fei's fierce attack, the mountain and river cauldron, the violet gold divine sword, and the peerless ominous saber focused on the black tortoise seal in the unaging demon child's hand, causing it to wail. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's other 3 arms swung the 9 heaven stars sword, the golden divine cauldron, and the emperor divine mace, knocking the unaging demon child to the ground. The 3 sacred weapons fell like raindrops on the unaging demon child's body. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They were all stunned. Feels good, right? Chapter 2396. Bang. Kacha. On the battle platform, the sound of bones breaking rang out unceasingly. Gu Fei's martial physique merged with the immortal sovereign's body as he executed the desolate divine ape's 3 heads, 6 arms technique. With a saint weapon in his hand, he violently pummeled the unold demon child. Bzz, the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand hummed softly, emitting a trace of aura that caused the soul of the unold demon child to tremble. His bones turned soft, and he found it hard to summon any will to resist. The mountain river cauldron was a supreme saint weapon with a mysterious origin. It had once nurtured a heaven-defying primordial embryo. Although this ancient cauldron had yet to awaken, it could still intimidate powerful existences at the paragon level. A cauldron suppresses mountains and rivers. It could even suppress the mountains and rivers of the heavens and earth, let alone paragons. And the terrifying baleful aura emitted from the saber caused the unold demon child's heart to palpitate. Within the saber, there seemed to be a terrifying heavenly beast in slumber. Just a trace of its aura was enough to cause the unold demon child to be filled with fear. The violet gold divine sword in Gu Fei's other hand was shrouded in an immortal aura, as though a supreme Tao ancestor was chanting sutras. The immortal aura caused the unold demon child to have a hard time breathing. Now, He finally understood why Gu Fei could return to the Starfall continent so quickly. With 3 supreme saint weapons in his hands, who below the human emperor realm could be his opponent. Feeling good? Gu Fei finally stopped. He didn't kill the unold demon child. After all, a demon sovereign was extremely rare. If he could recruit one, it would be of great help to him in his future struggle for supremacy. The heavens and earth were about to be thrown into chaos. Those who had disappeared for countless years would definitely return. The heavens and earth were like a chessboard. Those who had already been eliminated would definitely not be willing to accept defeat and would make a comeback. Awesome, awesome, stop fighting. The unold demon child had no choice but to admit defeat. Now that the 3 supreme saint weapons were hovering above his head, if he didn't admit defeat, he would be beaten to death. Although he had mastered the black tortoise seal, the power of the black tortoise seal was completely restrained by the transcendental saint weapon. Without the help of the black tortoise seal, he was no match for Gu Fei. I admit defeat. A smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. His opponent had taken out 3 supreme saint weapons, so he had no chance of winning at all. In front of the supreme saint weapons, even someone as powerful as the demon Venerable would be useless. Without any suspense, Gu Fei beat up the unaging demon child with the 6 divine artifacts, subduing this antique that had attained enlightenment since ancient times. Gu Fei directly placed a restriction on the unaging demon child's soul with his celestial sovereign Tao power before releasing him. If the ageless demon child had the intention to rebel in the future, Gu Fei would only need a single thought to destroy the ageless demon child's soul, turning it into a soulless shell. Okay, actually it's not a bad thing to follow me. Gu Fei was very happy. From today onwards, the 3 great continents in the Endless Sea realm would be his. He had finally achieved his goal of unifying the Endless Sea realm. In truth, Hierarch South Heaven and Heavenly Emperor Violet Sun, who were suppressed in the mountain and river cauldron, could also be subdued using the same method. It was truly a waste for them to be suppressed in the mountain and river cauldron. The unaging demon child's injuries were all superficial. Gu Fei didn't injure his soul. Very swiftly, the injuries on the unaging demon child's body were completely healed. Gu Fei brought the unaging demon child away from the ancient battle platform of the demon race. After that, the unaging demon child executed a secret art of the demon race, causing the demonic might radiating from the entire battle platform to be retracted. That supreme aura that could shake the heavens retreated like the receding tides. Very swiftly, all of it was absorbed into the battle platform. Even the demonic Tao inscriptions on the platform disappeared into the depths of the platform. Rumble, the ancient battle platform of the demon race, trembled as it rapidly shrunk back to the unaging demon child, landing in its hands. The unaging demon child was defeated in a single battle. The experts of the falling star continent were all shocked to the extreme, finding it hard to accept this fact. How could the unaging demon child be defeated? However, no matter if the experts of the falling star continent wanted to accept it or not, the fact that the unaging demon child was defeated by Gu Fei was a fact. At this moment, Gu Fei's primal chaos martial physique separated from the immortal reverent Tao body. The 6 saint weapons were also kept away as though nothing had happened at all. As the unaging demon child submitted, the strongest demon race of the falling star continent had no choice but to surrender. However, there were some experts who weren't willing to become prisoners. Roar! A roar of rage shook the heavens and earth. A general clad in battle robes wielded a divine axe of the 9 heavens as violet chi gushed forth from him. He actually led a group of subordinates as he rushed towards Gu Fei's camp. These were the immortal soldiers and generals of the Violet Yuan Immortal Sect. The Violet Yuan Immortal Sect was a warmongering faction. This was especially so for the Violet Yuan Tyrant Emperor. He was incomparably ferocious. The immortal chi radiating from him permeated a radius of 30,000 miles, causing the entire heavens and earth to tremble under his aura. Overestimating your own capabilities. A thunderous roar rang out from Gu Fei's camp as a green-robed figure rushed out. Behind him was an incomparably tall Treant. This was the Treant race of the vast moon continent. Under the lead of the Woodsang Treant Emperor, They rushed towards the incoming immortal soldiers and generals. The Violet Yuan tyrant emperor of the Violet Yuan immortal sect was incomparably domineering. He was like an ancient war god that descended from the heavens. The divine axe of the 9 heavens in his hands directly cleaved towards the Woodsang Treant emperor. Swish! The purple chi was vast and mighty, and a dazzling purple blade of light swept across the void in an instant. Wherever it passed, it left a pitch-black void crack. Oomph! The Woodsang Treant emperor's body swayed as he transformed into a towering divine tree. Boundless wood elemental essence energy erupted from the divine tree as 18 branches pierced towards the Violet Yuan tyrant emperor at the same time. When the 9 heavens divine axe chopped down on the soft branches, it was actually unable to chop them off. The power of the divine axe was guided away and easily dispelled. Rumble! Just as the 18 branches were about to pierce through the body of the Violet Yuan tyrant emperor, countless purple lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the air around the Violet Yuan tyrant emperor. A series of thunderous sounds rang out as all of the divine lightning blasted onto the branches that had pierced through his body. The 18 branches were immediately charred black by the power of the purple lightning. 9 heavens, immortal lightning. From afar, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw this scene. Violet Yuan tyrant emperor, what are you trying to do? At this moment, the unold demon child shouted out. I'll leave it to you. Gu Fei said to the unold demon child, then turned around and walked into his own camp. How preposterous! The unold demon child growled and directly disappeared into the void. When he reappeared in the next moment, he was already behind the Violet Yuan tyrant emperor. Shua! With a raise of his hand, the unold demon child directly chopped off the head of the Violet Yuan tyrant emperor with his hand, and then held it in his hand. Let me see who else wants to die. Chapter 2397. The fact that the unold demon child had instantly killed the purple Yuan tyrant emperor shocked the other warring factions. Even the immortal soldiers and generals of the purple Yuan immortal sect were dumbfounded by the scene before them. The Saint Lord of the demon race was the #1 expert in the Starfall continent. He had dominated the continent for countless years. His strength and fearsomeness had long been deeply ingrained in the hearts of everyone. Saint Lord, what are you doing? Someone was unhappy that the unold demon child had acted against one of his own. One must know that the purple Yuan immortal sect was quite powerful in the Starfall continent. The old sect leader of the purple Yuan immortal sect was an immortal saint. The old sect leader of the purple Yuan immortal sect had already been in seclusion for 1,000 years. Some said that this old man had already passed away. However, this was only a rumor. No one knew if it was true or false. Submit to my lord or die. The unold demon child stood in the air, sweeping his gaze over the experts of the various races. His gaze was as sharp as the edge of a blade, causing people to not dare to look straight at him. The leaders of the powerful clans of the Starfall continent were all shocked to the extreme. The immortal demon child was the #1 expert of the Starfall continent, and with the black tortoise seal in his hand, who in the entire Starfall continent could be his opponent. My spirit firmament utopia is willing to submit. Someone loudly stated. Very well. The unold demon child nodded. At this moment, the outcome had already been determined. Everyone knew that the Starfall continent was about to change. My shooting sun god mountain is willing to submit. The situation was already hopeless. The various races of the Starfall continent all pledged their loyalty to Gu Fei, willing to serve Gu Fei as their lord. Even those major powers that had supported the war had no choice but to accept this reality. Initially, they thought that a war was unavoidable. Nobody had expected such an ending. Such an ending caused Gu Fei to be extremely satisfied. One had to know that if a war really broke out with the various powerful races of the Falling Stars continent, then the Falling Stars continent would be plunged into misery and suffering. Countless living beings would die. This little fellow isn't bad. In the air, a silhouette standing on the peak of the clouds spoke. This person was none other than the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu. During the battle between Gu Fei and the unaging demon child, The aura of a paragon emanating from the ancient battle platform alerted this Ghost Emperor, causing it to head to the Starfall continent. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was very satisfied with this result. A great calamity was resolved, and Gu Fei and the unaging demon child also attracted his attention. It's that little fellow from back then. Ghost Emperor Fengdu recognized Gu Fei. He was a little shocked because he could already tell that Gu Fei was already a Saint King. The little fellow from back then had already grown up. Another martial saint has appeared in the martial ancestors' lineage. Ghost Emperor Fengdu muttered to himself. After that, his silhouette disappeared into the void. He didn't go to see Gu Fei. Instead, he directly left the Starfall continent. Even existences like Gu Fei and the unold demon child didn't notice Ghost Emperor Fengdu's existence from start to finish. With the help of the unaging demon child, Gu Fei only used half a day to subdue all the major and minor powers in the Starfall continent. The sky of the Starfall continent had changed. Everything happened so quickly. Many people didn't even know what had happened. When the news circulated, all the cultivators in the Starfall continent were shocked to the extreme. How can this be? Some people found it hard to believe that in just half a day's time, such a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering event actually happened. Many people found it hard to accept this fact. At this moment, the unaging demon child had already brought Gu Fei and the others into the ancestral ground of the demon race. Gu Fei sat on the throne in the Great Hall, staring at the generals on both sides. At this moment, even though his Tao heart was incomparably firm, he still felt somewhat agitated and excited. Unifying the three continents, since ancient times, how many people had been able to do this? Even the unaging demon child and hierarch Southern Heaven, who had already attained the Tao in ancient times, failed to do this. Yet, Gu Fei had done it. This caused Gu Fei to feel a sense of accomplishment. Congratulations on unifying the three continents, Master. Everyone stepped forward and dropped to their knees in front of Gu Fei. Even the unaging demon child did the same. He soon got used to the change in his identity. He who was once high and mighty had now become someone else's subordinate. Just yesterday, he was still sitting on the throne in the Great Hall, but now, he was no longer the one sitting on the throne. Hey, Gu Fei, when are we going to the Setting Sun Demon Cave? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Hearing the voice, the people kneeling on the throne were startled. They glanced in the direction of the voice and saw a white-shirt lady sitting on the throne without standing up. The white-shirt lady was none other than Yin Er. Only Yin Er would be so fearless in front of Gu Fei. Let's talk about it after everything here is settled. Gu Fei said to Yin Er, I'm bored. I'm going out for a walk. Yin Er stood up and left the Great Hall, wandering around the ancestral ground of the demon race. At this time, the crowd was still kneeling on the ground. Get up, there's no need to do this in the future. Just relax. Gu Fei said to the crowd kneeling on the throne after Yin Er left. Yes, Master. The crowd replied in unison and stood up. It seemed like their master was not a difficult person to get along with. In fact, he was much kinder than the unaging demon child. I think you should manage the Falling Stars continent, Gu Fei said to the unaging demon child. The unaging demon child was startled. He was surprised that Gu Fei wanted him to manage the Falling Stars continent. This guy trusted him so much. Yes. Although the unaging demon child was confused, he did not decline. That's good. Let's continue as usual. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before saying, there was no need to change anything in the Falling Stars continent. It would be fine as long as these people were willing to submit to him. The unaging demon child did not dare to rebel, as Gu Fei had placed a seal on his soul. His life and death were at the mercy of Gu Fei. Soon, the leaders of the various forces of the Falling Stars continent that had gathered in the main hall of the demon clan's ancestral land dispersed one after another and returned to their own clans. The cultivation world of the Falling Stars continent gradually calmed down, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Gu Fei stayed in the ancestral ground of the demon race. The ancestral ground of the demon race was indeed extraordinary. Beneath the ground was the source of the entire Falling Stars continent. In other words, the ancestral ground of the demon race was where the ancestral ground of the earth was. In the following days, The armies of the Clear Moon continent and the Purple Sun continent returned to their respective continents. Gu Fei also released the heavenly monarch Ziyang and the supreme god South Heaven from the mountain and river cauldron. That being said, Gu Fei had already placed a forbidding aura on heavenly monarch South Heaven and heavenly monarch Purple Sun souls. Chapter 2398. The fallen god sea was incomparably vast, and the area occupied by the three continents was only a small part of it. There were countless secrets hidden in this vast and boundless divine sea. The setting sun demon nest definitely hid the greatest secret in the world, because it was the place where the setting sun demon lord was born. Although the legendary sunset demon lord had died in battle in the ancient times, this devil's den had been preserved. In recent years, some people had even seen the figures of the Sunset Demon clan roaming around the Devil's Den. After the matters of the three continents were settled, Gu Fei and Yin led the Iron Blood Taoist and the other powerhouses to the Setting Sun Demon Nest, one of the three most ominous places in the sea. This time, the Unold Demon Child and the other two Venerables also accompanied them. This kind of strength was definitely enough to sweep through a region, and even if they went up against the ancient powers, they would not be inferior. It should be known that in the current era, where supremes and human sovereigns were not prominent, holy venerables were already the strongest existences. In fact, the people of the three continents had sent many spies to monitor the Setting Sun Demon Nest. It should be known that the Setting Sun Demon Nest was different from the other two ominous places. The Unold Demon Child and the others vaguely felt that there was a high possibility that some of the Setting Sun Demons had survived the ancient war. That was the place where the Setting Sun Demon Lord was born, and its demonic aura was much denser than the other two ominous places. After countless years, the sea region where the Setting Sun Demon Nest was located had been completely enveloped by demonic aura, and the area within a 100,000-mile radius had turned into a demonic domain. Over the endless years, the demonic aura emitted from the Setting Sun Demon Nest had turned countless living creatures into demons. However, the depths of the Setting Sun Demon Nest had nurtured an item that could help one become a supremacy. This was the information Gu Fei had obtained from the old man who had failed his Nirvana rebirth on the Nameless Island. The old man who had failed his Nirvana rebirth on the Nameless Island had barged into the Setting Sun Demon Nest, but he did not obtain that item. In the end, during his Nirvana rebirth, something had indeed happened to the old man's body. Becoming a supreme powerhouse in the world was every cultivator's lifelong pursuit. Some people would do anything to achieve this goal. From Gu Fei's point of view, the old man on the Nameless Island who had failed his Nirvana rebirth was that kind of person. In order to become a supreme being, he had played himself to death. As Gu Fei and his party flew across the sky, the aura they emitted intimidated all the creatures below. Even some of the powerful beasts in the sea quietened down. The Setting Sun Devil Nest was very far from the Falling Star continent. Moreover, it was difficult to construct a void domain gate near the Setting Sun Devil Nest, so Gu Fei and the others could only fly. Half a day later, in the evening, Gu Fei and the others arrived at a nameless island. They were going to rest here for a while before setting off again. This nameless island was a transit station. There were people from the Falling Star continent guarding the island because there was a teleportation array platform on the island. This teleportation formation platform was connected to the teleportation formation platform on the island ahead. It could teleport them to the island ahead. This way, they could save a lot of time. Gu Fei and the others rested on the nameless island for a while before continuing on their journey. Everyone directly boarded the teleportation formation platform. Then, after a strong flash of light, everyone on the teleportation formation platform disappeared. In the depths of the fallen god sea, on an island that was filled with rocks and not much vegetation, there were 3 stone houses. These 3 stone houses were in the shape of a triangle, surrounding a stone platform in the middle. Below the stone platform, 2 young cultivators sat at a stone table, enjoying a fish called the golden silk dragon carp that they had caught from the sea. Braised golden silk dragon carp. This is definitely the best delicacy in the world. A young man in green ate a piece of fish and drank a mouthful of wine. His face revealed an expression of extreme enjoyment. Hee hee, I know. If it weren't for the fact that the golden silk dragon carp can only be found in this sea, I wouldn't have come to guard this island. The other young man in white said with a smile. The golden silk dragon carp was actually a type of spiritual creature. The meat of this fish contained spiritual energy. If a cultivator ate this spiritual creature for a long time, it would naturally be very beneficial to their cultivation. I wonder why the higher-ups built a teleportation formation platform here and even sent people to guard it, the young man in green said. This place isn't far from the setting sun demon nest. They probably want us to monitor the setting sun demon nest. The young man in white said. Recently, the demonic roars coming from the demon nest seem a little different than usual. The young man in green said uneasily. This isn't something small people like us can care about. If anything goes wrong, we'll immediately activate the teleportation formation platform and leave this place. The young man in white said nonchalantly. Haha, that's right. If there's wine today, let's get drunk today. Come, let me toast to you. The young man in green laughed heartily as he raised the big bowl in his hand and said to the young man in white, very soon, the 20 to 15 kilograms of braised golden silk dragon carp was eaten until only the bones were left. The two of them rubbed their slightly bulging bellies in satisfaction as they slumped in their chairs, savoring the aftertaste. One had to know that the golden silk dragon carp was very difficult to catch, and there were very few of them. They only managed to catch one after half a month. Just as the two young cultivators were thinking about how to catch another golden silk dragon carp, the stone platform beside them suddenly emitted rays of divine light. The formation runes on the stone platform actually lit up. What? A powerful wave of divine power spread out from the stone platform, shocking the two young cultivators guarding the stone island. They hastily recollected themselves and abruptly stood up. Buzz. The void trembled. Above the stone platform, figures passed through the void that rippled like water and directly walked out of the void. The two young cultivators were dumbfounded. There were actually people coming to the stone island at this time. It seemed like it wasn't time for the rotation yet. It would take at least half a year for the replacement to come. At that time, they would be able to return to the falling star continent. A powerful aura emanated from the group of people, causing the souls of the two young cultivators who were guarding the stone island to tremble. They couldn't help but kneel on the ground as their bodies trembled. Why are the guards here so weak? Someone said. These two seemed to know how to enjoy themselves. Someone noticed something on the stone table beside the teleportation platform. I can sense the aura of a demon. The setting sun demon cave shouldn't be far from here. A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe looked out of the stone island. Who are these people? Why are they all so strong? The two guards of the stone island were extremely shocked. The aura of this group of people was too terrifying. Even when facing a demon emperor, they didn't feel this way. The Devil's Cave is still 30,000 miles away from here. Chapter 2399. The Rock Island was still 30,000 kilometers away from the setting sun devil nest, so they weren't in a hurry. Thus, they decided to stay on the island for a day. The two young cultivators guarding the island had never seen so many big shots descend on the island at the same time, so they didn't know what to do. When they found out that the Starfall continent's ruler, the unaging demon child, was among them, they were so shocked that they almost fainted. They were only insignificant characters, so normally, they wouldn't have the qualifications to see the unaging demon child. Only after everyone had retracted their auras did the two young cultivators stand up from the ground and attentively attended to everyone. They were quite tactful and directly entered the sea region outside the island. After paying a price, they caught a few golden dragon carps. This braised golden dragon carp was indeed a rare delicacy. Even Gufei couldn't help but take a few bites and nod his head. Reward. The unaging demon child directly rewarded the two young cultivators with 2 spirit pills. These spirit pills could increase a cultivator's cultivation after consumption. For low-level cultivators, the effects of these spirit pills were very obvious. In just one day, the two young cultivators' cultivation had reached the quasi-immortal realm with the help of the spirit pills. This could be said to be a godly speed. Of course, in the eyes of Gu Fei's group, a quasi-immortal realm cultivator, wasn't much stronger than an ant. From the two young cultivators, Gu Fei's group learned about the situation within a few thousand kilometers of the rock island. There were no longer any islands with transportation formations in front of the rock island. In other words, the rock island was the island closest to the setting sun devil nest. The setting sun devil nest was 30,000 kilometers away from the rock island, so the two island guards naturally wouldn't know about the situation around the nest. They would need to send people to investigate. Gu Fei wasn't an impulsive person, so he acted cautiously. In order to show his loyalty, the unaging demon child personally went forward to investigate while everyone else waited on the rock island. Very soon, the unaging demon child returned with shocking news. The demonic creatures in the setting sun devil nest seemed very uneasy. The unaging demon child even saw incomparably powerful demonic creatures roaming around the periphery of the setting sun devil nest. This situation was very unusual. One had to know that the more powerful a demonic creature was, the less likely it would show itself. The appearance of powerful monsters in the outer region was definitely not without reason. The unold demon child wanted to get close to the setting sun demon nest, but when he entered the area enveloped by the demonic aura, he realized that the demonic energy within the demonic aura wasn't as strong as it had been before. However, the unaging demon child was unable to approach the setting sun demon nest in the end because he was quickly targeted by an incomparably powerful demonic creature. Although he killed this demonic creature, he alarmed an even more powerful demonic creature. The unold demon child could only return to the rock island first. Looks like something has happened in the sunset demon nest. Everyone came to such a conclusion. Master, actually, with our strength, we don't have to fear those devils at all. Why don't we just kill our way into the setting sun devil nest? Red Dragon said. This time, the Crimson Dragon and Jade Moon both followed, only knowing how to cultivate in seclusion. Without experiencing the baptism of blood and sweat, it would be hard for one to become a true expert. Senior brother, there's absolutely no harm in being a little more careful, Yao Yu said. Everyone gathered next to the transportation formation platform on the rock island. At this time, the sky had already darkened and night was about to fall. However, a divine pearl was floating in the air above the rock island. The light emitted by the divine pearl illuminated the entire rock island as if it was daytime. The pearl was like a bright lantern on the ocean. It could be seen from very far away. Splash! The sound of water came from the surface of the sea a dozen li away from the rock island. The silhouette of a huge monster could be vaguely seen in the sea, its huge fin exposed on the surface. In another direction, other powerful sea creatures also discovered the light above the rock island. The rock island was just an ordinary island in the past, and it wouldn't attract the attention of the huge sea beasts. But now, Gu Fei and the others had come, and they had even fixed a divine pearl in the air above the rock island. It was as bright as the moon in the sky. When night truly fell, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from time to time. The Crimson Dragon is right. With our current strength, we can indeed sweep through a domain. It should be more than enough to deal with the setting sun demon nest. The Iron Blood Taoist agreed with the Crimson Dragon's opinion. The roars of wild beasts coming from the distant sea were ignored by everyone. The others thought the same. With 3 supreme sovereigns among them, what was there to be afraid of? They could just push forward without any misgivings. Gu Fei glanced at the crowd and said, "In that case, prepare yourselves well tonight." Everyone was incomparably excited after hearing this. They then dispersed to prepare for tomorrow's battle. In the history of the 3 continents of the fallen god sea, conquering a forbidden land was absolutely rare. This was because these 3 forbidden lands had existed for countless years, and no one had ever been able to conquer them. And now, Gu Fei was about to do something unprecedented. Whether or not he could erase the setting sun demon nest from the fallen god sea would depend on tomorrow's battle. This time, he didn't mobilize his army. However, the unaging demon child and the other 2 sovereigns were enough to defeat the army of 100,000 deities. However, this night was not peaceful at all. There were wild beasts in the sea that wanted to attack the rock island. The ferocious beasts in the sea were simply seeking their own deaths. In the middle of the night, a dragon elephant rushed out of the sea. It opened its mouth and spat out a monstrous divine fire towards the rock island. At the same time, in another direction, a black flood dragon soared through the clouds and stopped high in the sky. Black clouds began to churn on the surface of the sea as two blood-colored specks of light shot out. Other than these two beasts, there was also an old tortoise in the shape of a black tortoise. It was like a moving island that was rapidly moving toward the rock island. The tortoise's body was incomparably huge, much larger than the rock island. If it were to collide with it, the entire rock island would cease to exist. Just as the divine flame from the dragon elephant beast was about to land on the rock island, a draconic roar rang out from the rock island. A true dragon's aura erupted from the island. Roar! A crimson dragon soared into the sky from the rocky island. It opened its mouth and inhaled, completely devouring the monstrous divine flames that the dracophant beast had spewed out. The dragon elephant beast turned pale with fright and immediately tried to retreat. However, it was easy to come but difficult to leave. Just as the dracophant beast was about to retreat, the crimson true dragon that rushed out of the rock island opened its mouth and spat out a crimson pearl at the dracophant beast. Bam! Chapter 2400. The Draco elephant beast was an extremely powerful beast that lived in the depths of the god-fallen sea. It was as huge as a mountain and possessed the strength of a Draco elephant. Moreover, it could spit out divine flames that could burn the sky and boil the sea. However, such a powerful beast was smashed into a bloody mist by the true dragon pearl spat out by the red dragon. Both its body and soul were destroyed. The pungent smell of blood permeated the air as the entire sea was dyed red by the Draco elephant beast's blood. The black flood dragon and the old tortoise in the sky were startled by this scene. The old tortoise immediately stopped and wanted to sink back into the sea. However, the red dragon had already retrieved the true dragon pearl and rushed towards the old tortoise. The incomparably powerful draconic aura terrified the old tortoise. The old tortoise fled in panic, hoping to leave this place as soon as possible. The three primal beasts had never imagined that the people on the rock island would be so powerful. Don't kill the old tortoise. Just as the red dragon was about to kill the turtle that looked like a black tortoise, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. This caused the red dragon to be stunned for a moment before he shot up into the sky towards the black flood dragon. At this time, a figure appeared above the sea. She looked down at the old tortoise and said, "What are you waiting for? Surrender now." It was a valiant and heroic woman in green. The old tortoise couldn't help but become furious when he heard this. He was a dignified demon emperor and was only one step away from becoming a demon saint. Yet he had to submit to someone with a lower cultivation than him. This was simply a great humiliation. The old tortoise ignored Yao Yu. Its mountain-like body continued to sink into the sea, trying to escape. Yao Yu snorted coldly. Then, she swooped down from the sky. An extremely powerful wave of martial arts power erupted from her body. Rumble. The entire sea shook. An endless amount of water elemental energy was triggered. 9 dragons appeared in the sea and tightly coiled around the old tortoise. 9 dragons stirring the sea. This was a shocking scene. Of course, these were not real dragons, but water dragons condensed from the power of water. Yao Yu had the water element martial body and was naturally close to the power of the water element. In this endless sea, she had the advantage. She could summon great power with just a wave of her hand. Roar. The old turtle roared and unleashed the power of a demon emperor. It forcefully shook off the 9 dragons coiling around its body and plunged into the sea. The old tortoise parted the waterway and quickly fled. "If I let you escape, my name isn't Yao Yu." Yao Yu chased after him and fought with him. At this time, everyone on the island was alarmed. However, not many people paid attention to this battle. A battle of this level could not attract their attention at all. If it weren't for Gu Fei wanting to hone his 2 disciples, these 3 sea beasts would have died many times over. These 3 sea beasts were all powerful creatures that ruled over a part of the ocean. They all had cultivation at the peak of the mortal world. Unfortunately, they had encountered Gu Fei and the others. Boom! At this time, high up in the sky, among the dark clouds, dazzling bolts of lightning bloomed. The red dragon was already fighting against the evil dragon that was hiding in the clouds. The evil dragon was incomparably powerful and stirred up waves. For a moment, it was fighting against the red dragon and was not at a disadvantage. "I am just a bystander. Why are you attacking me?" The black dragon was shocked. It never thought that there would be a real dragon on this island. The dragon's aura made it feel uneasy. The real dragon was one of the strongest divine beasts in the world. Once it matured, it could be comparable to a saint. Even though the red dragon was not a saint, it was not something this evil dragon could compare to. Bang! The red dragon swung its tail, and the evil dragon was sent flying thousands of meters away. Drops of blood fell from the sky. Roar! The evil dragon roared and turned around to escape. It knew that it was not strong enough to fight against a real dragon that had 1 foot in the saint realm. Doing so was the same as seeking death. However, the red dragon would not let this evil dragon go so easily. The evil dragon was filled with killing intent. It was unknown how many lives it had killed to be able to gather such a strong killing intent. Rumble! A red dragon claw appeared in the sky and grabbed towards the evil dragon. The power of a real dragon spread out in all directions, locking down the space. This was the heavenly dragon claw, a great technique of the dragon race. Only a real dragon with the blood of a real dragon could learn this technique. The evil dragon was scared out of its wits. The heavenly dragon claw landed. Without any suspense, the huge body of the evil dragon was torn into 3 pieces and fell from the sky. Bang! At this moment, the evil dragon's head suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. A dark light wrapped around a small evil dragon and rushed out, wanting to escape into the ocean. The small serpent wrapped in the dark light was the serpent's origin soul. The serpent was decisive in killing and had actually abandoned its physical body in the first place. However, even so, the evil dragon could not escape. The red dragon opened its mouth and inhaled. The dark light that was rushing towards the sea immediately flew towards the red dragon and was swallowed by the red dragon. Then, the dragon claw reached down and a dark pearl flew out from the sea and landed on the dragon's claw. The evil dragon's cultivation was not weak. If it had not encountered the red dragon, it would not have died. The essence of the evil dragon was condensed in this pearl. Without hesitation, the red dragon ate the pearl. The inner core of a dragon was very beneficial to the red dragon. At this time, 2 of the 3 giant sea beasts had already been killed. Only the old turtle fighting against Yao Yu was still stubbornly resisting. In the end, the old turtle surrendered. The evil dragon and the dracophant were both dead. If the people on the rock island were to take action, it would definitely die. A wise man submits to circumstances. "You're not bad, old turtle." Yao Yu landed on the turtle's back and stepped on the old ghost, heading towards the rock island. In fact, this old turtle was not an ordinary beast. It was a golden turtle with the head of a dragon and the tail of a chelan. The dragon had 9 sons, and this turtle was one of them. This golden turtle also had the blood of the dragon race flowing through its veins. After the battle ended, Yao Yu and the red dragon returned to the rock island. The sea around the rock island gradually calmed down, and no more fierce sea beasts dared to approach. On the morning of the 2nd day, the mist on the sea had yet to dissipate and the rock island was shrouded in mist. Gu Fei gathered everyone and led them to soar into the sky, heading towards the direction of the sunset devil nest. They did not restrain their auras, and powerful auras spread out, causing the ferocious beasts in the surrounding sea to be filled with terror. Chapter 2401. The setting sun demon domain was right in front of them. Everyone became nervous. The 3 forbidden grounds of the fallen god sea were not good places. The life mystic island and heaven's horizon no longer existed. Of the 3 forbidden grounds, only the setting sun demon nest remained. With the setting sun demon nest as the center, the sea region within 100,000 miles was a true demon domain. It was known as the setting sun demon domain. Within the setting sun demon domain, demonic creatures ran amok. There were even demonic creatures that were as strong as Venerables. It could be said to be one of the most dangerous and terrifying ominous grounds. The black line that appeared in front of everyone was the boundary between the demonic chi and the outside world. Although they had already seen the setting sun demon domain, when Gu Fei and the others arrived near it, it was already 2 hours later. It looked very close from afar, but only when they truly entered the setting sun demon domain did they realize how far it was. Roar. Abruptly, a demonic roar resounded just as Gu Fei and the others arrived outside the infernal domain. Inside the infernal domain was a pitch-black void filled with demonic chi. Everyone's vision was obstructed, and they couldn't see very far. Gu Fei used the martial Dao Heavenly Eyes. Chaotic Dao runes interweaved in his eyes, allowing him to see through all illusions. He directly looked a dozen miles into the demon domain and couldn't see any further. Even the martial Dao Heavenly Eyes could only see a dozen miles into the demon domain. This surprised Gu Fei. The setting sun demon nest was indeed a place that nurtured an innate demon ancestor. There was a demonic chi enveloping this place that could prevent the outside world from peeking. There's an island 10 miles ahead. Gu Fei retracted the martial Dao Heavenly Eyes and said, "Enter or not?" Iron Blood Taoist glanced at Gu Fei and said, "Why not? Just push your way in," Yenner said. Then, she was the first to walk into the dim world that was enveloped by the demonic aura. Light flowed around her body, blocking the demonic aura outside her body. Humph! A bunch of men can't even compare to a woman. The unold demon child's expression was not so good. He walked directly into the demonic domain ahead. The 12 bandits couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Then, everyone directly entered the demonic realm. Under Gu Fei's lead, they headed for the island ahead. Voila! Just as the group arrived near the island, the sound of water splashing could be heard. A giant head the size of a small mountain emerged from the sea below. It then opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the group in the sky. What? Everyone was taken aback, and they quickly dispersed, dodging this sudden attack. Everyone was incomparably shocked. At this time, an incomparably huge, ferocious beast stood up from the sea. It was a demonic dragon with wings on its back. The pitch-black body of the dragon was like an incomparably huge lizard. This was a demonic dragon, and it was fundamentally different from an ordinary dragon. However, its strength and ferocity were not inferior to an ordinary dragon. The demonic dragon's body was covered in pitch-black scales. Its blood-red pupils were the size of an adult's head. Within its bloody mouth, traces of black demonic flames could be vaguely seen. We encountered a big guy as soon as we entered. Seeing this scene, everyone was very surprised. The demonic chi on this demonic dragon was vast and mighty. Its ferocious aura spread in all directions. It was obvious that this was a powerful existence of the demi-saint realm. The demi-saint realm was the highest realm that the experts of the human realm could cultivate to under the suppression of the power of heaven's wrath. To a certain extent, the demi-saint realm was already the strongest existence in the human realm. Of course, a demi-saint realm was far from enough in front of a self-sealing sage. The red dragon walked forward and made his move. An incomparably huge red dragon claw appeared high up in the sky. It shrouded the entire heaven and earth as it grabbed towards the demonic dragon below. He used the heavenly dragon claw right from the start. The red dragon claw displayed an incomparably powerful might. Wherever the dragon claw passed, the void was directly torn apart. Boom! The demonic dragon raised its head and spat out a mouthful of demonic flames. The pitch-black demonic flames instantly spread and enveloped the red dragon claw that was coming down from the sky. The red dragon claw that the red dragon claw transformed from was condensed from the true dragon flames. When the true dragon flames collided with the demonic flames, both the true dragon flames and the demonic flames dissipated in the void at the same time. Finish this quickly. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the red dragon. Yes. The red dragon accepted the order and immediately performed the secret technique of ascension. His combat strength instantly increased by several folds. He turned into a dazzling fiery light and charged forward. His speed was so fast that the mountain-like demonic dragon had no time to dodge. The fiery light pierced through the demonic dragon's body. Then, the fiery light dissipated, and the red dragon's figure appeared from within the true dragon divine flames. Roar! The demonic dragon roared into the sky. Then, its gigantic body began to emit traces of true dragon flames. The demonic dragon's physical body began to disintegrate and turn into ashes, dissipating into the void. The extremely ferocious demonic dragon that was a demonic sage was killed by the red dragon just like that. The red dragon had already cultivated to the great completion demonic sage realm. Under the premise of using the secret technique of ascension, he was able to sweep through all opponents of the same level. He was the disciple of Gu Fei. The 9 secrets of the Immortal's Path was extremely mysterious. Not only could cultivators of the Immortal's Path cultivate it, even the dragon race could grasp this secret technique. After killing the demonic dragon, the group then went up to the island. The island wasn't huge. However, the group found some ruins in the middle of the island. It seemed to be an ancient teleportation formation that had been destroyed a long time ago. Could there really be some survivors of the sunset demons? The unaging demon child said. He knew quite a lot of ancient secrets. He was extremely lucky to be able to survive the great change of the ancient times. Many of the experts of the demon race that he knew did not survive, and many of them were stronger than him. The setting sun demon ancestor had once led this devil race to conquer the 3 realms. In the end, the setting sun demon ancestor ended up dead. This is an ancient ruin, the South Heaven Supremacy said after carefully inspecting the ruins. Gu Fei had placed a seal on Hierarch South Heaven's divine soul, forcing Hierarch South Heaven to submit to Gu Fei. Hierarch South Heaven did not want to die. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was the same. The longer these antiques that had lived for countless years lived, the more afraid they were of death. Time could erase everything. Only those that became supremes and human sovereigns could live for eternity. The Tao of supremes and human sovereigns was indestructible and eternal. Only those that were also supremes could kill supremes. This ancient ruin should be a sentry post on the outskirts of the Sunset Demon Domain. Unfortunately, this sentry post had been abandoned for countless years. Gu Fei and the others did not stay on the island for long. Just as they were about to continue deeper into the Sunset Demon Domain, a powerful fluctuation suddenly surged from the depths of the domain. Rumble. Chapter 2402. From the depths of the setting sun demon domain came a powerful wave of demonic power. The entire setting sun demon domain shook under this power. It was as if a supreme demon ancestor had awoken from a deep slumber. Even Gu Fei felt his heart palpitate. However, this unparalleled demonic aura came and went very quickly. Soon, the powerful demonic aura retreated like the tide and was completely restrained. What the hell is going on? The Iron Blood Taoist said with a trembling voice. Even though he was a sage, he could not help but feel fear when facing this unparalleled demonic aura. It was difficult for him to accept. One had to know that he was a sage. Could it be that the demon that released this unparalleled demonic aura was really an invincible demon ancestor? You will know very soon, Gu Fei said. His expression also became solemn. The setting sun demon domain was obviously not a good place. No one knew what was inside. However, there was one thing that everyone was sure of. There were definitely powerful demonic creatures in the demon domain. The demonic aura in the demon domain was very strong. Ordinary creatures that entered the demon domain would be demonized by the demonic aura and become ferocious and terrifying demonic creatures. Gu Fei and the others were not afraid. With their current strength, even if they barged into the setting sun demon domain, there would be no demonic creatures that could stop them. They directly left the island and continued forward. However, after traveling for more than 100 miles, a huge figure appeared in the sea below. There were demonic creatures moving in the water. Everyone looked at the sea below and were on high alert. Boom! Suddenly, the surface of the sea exploded. A demonic snake rushed out of the sea and madly tried to bite Yenner. There was a row of black bone spikes on the back of the demonic snake. Its bloody mouth was filled with incomparably sharp teeth. If bitten by this demonic snake, a large piece of flesh would definitely be torn off. Courting death, Yenner directly took out the myriad medicine cauldron and smashed it at the demonic snake. Bang! The myriad drug cosmos cauldron fell and smashed the head of the devil snake into pieces. The huge corpse of the devil snake fell from the sky into the sea, splashing water everywhere. Not long after entering the setting sun demon region, they had already encountered an incomparably powerful devil. To Gu Fei and the others, this was definitely not a good thing. After killing the devil snake, the group continued forward. As they got closer to the setting sun devil nest, the sky became even darker. Demonic chi lingered in the air, and at this moment, huge demonic shadows started to appear in the surroundings. The previous battle had alarmed many powerful demonic creatures. However, these demonic creatures weren't muddle-headed creatures that only knew how to kill. The more powerful the monster, the more intelligent it was. The demonic creatures all felt that Gu Fei's group was not to be trifled with, and they wouldn't make a move easily, so they just watched from the sidelines. However, as Gu Fei's group pushed forward without any scruples, the demonic creatures couldn't sit still any longer. Walala! Suddenly, the sound of water came from the surrounding sea, as if countless things were breaking through the waves. A shocking demonic aura appeared in the world. What is that? Everyone was taken aback, and then they stopped. Soon, countless figures appeared in the demonic fog. They were all ferocious demonic creatures that couldn't be named. They were treading on the waves, surrounding Gu Fei's group from all directions. Roar! A demonic creature covered in bone spikes leaped out of the sea and pounced towards the group. When the demonic creature pounced above the group, the countless bone spikes on its body shot out, turning into rays of demonic light that pierced towards the group below. Humph! A mere ant dares to act fierce. The iron-blood Taoist walked out and flipped his right hand, and the Phoenix Tribulation immediately appeared in his hand. Buzz! The iron-blood Taoist raised the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand, and the demonic light that descended from the sky immediately collapsed. 9 Phoenix Tao patterns rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation, turning into 9 fire phoenixes that rushed in all directions. Boundless true phoenix flames swept out. The demonic creature in the sky bore the brunt of it and was instantly burned to ashes. The true phoenix flames burned in all directions, evaporating the endless seawater below. Cries of agony rang out everywhere. As the 9 fire phoenixes rushed past, countless demonic creatures were instantly burned to ashes by the true phoenix flames, disappearing into the void. Roar! At that moment, a demonic howl rang out from the depths of the setting sun demonic territory. Afterwards, the demonic creatures that were charging towards Gu Fei's group one after another stopped. In the next moment, all the demonic creatures that were not burned to ashes by the true phoenix flames retreated like a tide. At that moment, the 9 fire phoenixes flew back and turned into Phoenix Tao patterns again, entering the Phoenix Tribulation. Just as the iron blood Taoist was showing off his might, the unold demon child's eyes lit up. It was truly a waste of a king saint weapon in the hands of this little guy. Not only did the unold demon child know the value of the Phoenix Tribulation, even Hierarch South Heaven and Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's eyes lit up when they saw the Phoenix Tribulation in the iron blood Taoist's hand. The Phoenix was an immortal divine beast. It was born with immortal divinity. Even if it underwent nirvana, it could still be reborn. Furthermore, its cultivation would be even higher after undergoing nirvana. This Phoenix Tribulation was an Emperor Saint weapon refined from the body of a newly born Emperor Phoenix after it underwent nirvana. One could only imagine how powerful this Phoenix Tribulation was. Back then, the undying Taoist was able to move unhindered in the ancient times because he had obtained the Phoenix Tribulation. He made a name for himself in the ancient times when experts were as numerous as trees in a forest. The Iron Blood Taoist had obtained the orthodoxy of the ancient undying Taoist, so he was naturally the successor of the Phoenix bloodline. Although the unold demon child and the others were dying to snatch the Phoenix Tribulation, they knew that if they really did so, they would be the ones to die. Gu Fei had placed a seal on their divine souls, controlling the life and death of the 3 supremacies. This was no joke. Looks like there's a big guy inside. Yen gazed into the depths of the demon realm and murmured to herself, "The 3 of you shall take the lead." Gu Fei said to the unold demon child and the others.
Yes.
Although they were unwilling, the unold demon child and the others had no other choice. The three supremacies then proceeded forward and disappeared into the darkness. Soon enough, the sounds of battle could be heard from the front. Master, let us go. The red dragon was extremely excited. He was looking forward to a great battle like this. Here, he could fight without any worries. The Setting Sun Demon Cave was a place that once nurtured the innate demon forefather. A place like this was a heaven-defying place that was enveloped by an unknown Tao law, preventing the power of heaven's wrath from affecting it. Go. Gu Fei nodded and said, yes. Chapter 2403. A great battle broke out. Gu Fei and the others were incomparably domineering. They slaughtered the powerful demonic creatures that dared to jump out and block their path as they headed deeper into the Setting Sun demonic domain. Boom! The unold demon child directly smashed a mountain-sized demonic beast into pieces with a single punch. Demonic blood splattered everywhere, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. There was no need for him to use the black tortoise seal against such a little guy. Buzz. The void trembled as Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang walked forward. He did not seem to have done anything, but all the demonic beasts that were charging at him were turned into dust and dissipated into the void. I didn't expect him to have cultivated the secret art of Wu to such a level. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw this. No matter how ferocious the demonic creatures were, they could not get within 10 zhang of Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang. Heavenly Monarch South Heaven was also very domineering. He seemed to have merged with the void around him. With a single thought, the void around him began to crack and crack. The demonic creatures that were charging at Heavenly Monarch South Heaven were directly slain by the cracks. The three venerables pushed forward, and not a single demonic creature could stop them. Even the mountain-sized demonic creatures were directly beheaded, and not a single demonic creature could withstand even half a move from the three venerables. Red Dragon and Yao Yu, who were chasing from behind, did not even have the chance to attack. All the demonic creatures were slain by the three supremacies. One demonic creature after another fell from the sky into the sea below. The black demonic blood dyed the seawater black. This, Red Dragon and Yao Yu were extremely shocked by the three supremacies' strength. Soon, the three supremacies had pushed forward for 1,000 li. Along the way, they had slain countless demonic creatures. Several extremely ferocious demonic beast kings had died in the hands of the three supremacies. The so-called peak strength of the human world was a joke in front of the three supremacies. Roar! Just as the three venerables were slaughtering their way forward, earth-shattering demonic howls came from the depths of the Setting Sun demonic domain, and an extremely terrifying demonic aura erupted from the depths of the domain. Not long after, the three venerables stopped because there were no more demonic creatures charging at them. There was a gigantic island ahead, an island filled with demonic energy that surged to the heavens. Gu Fei and the others followed from behind. Roar! Just as everyone arrived outside the island, a demonic howl sounded, and a huge figure appeared on the island shrouded in demonic chi. What is that? Everyone was shocked. Who's going to kill this monster? Gu Fei glanced at the crowd and said. He had cultivated the martial path Heavenly Eye and could already tell what kind of existence it was. Master, I'll go. Crimson Dragon hurriedly jumped out. You. Seeing that the Crimson Dragon wanted to act, Gu Fei actually hesitated because the devil on the island wasn't simple. It might be an ancient devil beast. Master, I'm willing to go with senior brother to slay the demons. Yao Yu also walked out. All right, if there's no way for us to win, let's not continue fighting. Gu Fei nodded. Yes, Master. Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu spoke in unison. After that, they bowed to Gu Fei and soared into the air, breaking through the layers of devil chi and directly killing their way into the island. Lord, this Taoist Ironblood was somewhat worried. He was a saint, and there was no need for his cultivation to be sealed here. He could naturally sense how powerful the devil beast on the island was. Although the cultivation bases of Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu weren't weak, they were still insufficient when compared to that devil beast. There's no need to worry. As Gu Fei spoke, he directly opened his inner world and released that indestructible battle physique. Swish. In the next instant, the indestructible battle physique that came out from Gu Fei's inner world directly vanished before the eyes of everyone. The indestructible war physique might be a powerful killing tool for saints, but it could contend against venerable ones. This was because the war physique contained an immortal divinity that was indestructible, and even venerable ones could not destroy it. Very swiftly, powerful energy fluctuations gushed forth from the island. The Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu had already started fighting against that devil beast. However, this battle didn't last for too long. The auras of the Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu both weakened. That devil beast on the island was very powerful. It almost killed the Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu. At the most crucial moment, Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique finally acted. Roar! The savage beast roared. Its gigantic body flashed as its tail was like a divine whip, sweeping towards Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique. Saint-level devil beast. The Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu knew that they really kicked an iron board this time around. If it wasn't for the indestructible battle physique acting, they would have died here. Bzzz. A powerful energy fluctuation gushed forth from the hands of the indestructible battle physique. The space around the Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu distorted. Before the tail of the devil beast could reach them, the indestructible battle physique executed a supreme art, sending the Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu out of the island. After that, the indestructible battle physique grabbed the tail of the devil beast that was sweeping towards him. With a loud roar, he swung the gigantic devil beast around. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as a gigantic mountain was directly smashed into pieces by the devil beast. Dust and dirt rose high into the sky as rocks flew everywhere. The entire island was instantly thrown into chaos. Countless monsters scrambled to avoid the rocks that were flying in all directions. Many of them were directly smashed to death by the flying rocks. The gigantic devil beast in the hands of the indestructible battle physique was like a broken cloth bag. It was continuously smashed into the ground, causing the entire island to tremble. The devil beast howled unceasingly, feeling incomparably depressed. It was actually being bullied by a puny human. This caused it to be both shocked and angered as it struggled with all its might. Go! The indestructible battle physique roared and directly flung the devil beast tens of thousands of feet away, smashing through a mountain peak. The upper half of the mountain peak fell from the sky, causing the earth to tremble. The magical beast fell to the ground, then struggled to stand up. Human, you have angered me. A wave of divine sense gushed forth from the devil beast as a voice rang out in the heart of the indestructible battle physique. So what if I have angered you? The indestructible battle physique spoke in disdain. This was a devil beast in the form of a Qilin, but it wasn't a true Qilin. It could only be considered an ancient devil beast with the Qilin Qi in its veins. I'm going to eat you. That devil beast roared in rage as it opened its mouth and sucked in the air. Rumble. The space trembled as a heaven-devouring might actually gushed out from the mouth of the devil beast. The entire space trembled under this suction force.